You are listening to the Oqual Cycle with Amjad Farouk. And now, Chapter 3, Cultural Waves. Notwithstanding the impact of astronomical factors, the central premise of an Oqual cycle is that it is probabilistic rather than deterministic, in that the severity of the fallout from our rendezvous with the destiny seems to be largely governed by our own actions. For example, the first half of an Oqual cycle is powered by the steady rise of a myriad of socio-political tailwinds such as morality, peace, collectivism, globalism, entrepreneurship, moderation, transparency, non-partisanship, ethnic harmony, baby boom, economic well-being, and institutional trust. On the other hand, the second half is essentially a mirror image of the first half, in that it is marred by a plethora of socio-political headwinds such as immorality, conflict, individualism, populism, fraud, debt, corruption, partisanship, xenophobia, baby bust, wealth polarization, and institutional distrust. Such antagonistic forces are essentially a manifestation of an interplay of goods and ills in our society. Accordingly, one would expect cultural aspects of human society to waltz in lockstep with the progression of Oqual cycle. Today, most nations around the globe are indeed bedeviled by a plethora of cultural bugaboos, from self-indulgence and overconsumption through tanking fertility and an aging population to add to rising immigration and a general loss of satisfaction with life. Are such cultural dilemmas sticky and never going away such that we must adopt to a new normal? Or perhaps we have been here before and what we are seeing today represents nothing more than a rendezvous with our past such that it too shall pass, with the good old days returning to the front and center of our society once more. You bet. In fact, such cultural waves seemingly ebb and flow in sync with the progression of Oqual cycle. While violence in our society is beyond the scope of this maiden edition of the book, rudimentary analysis nevertheless suggests that it also ebbs and flows in tandem with the Oqual cycle. In particular, there has been a precipitous rise in mass shootings across America since the 1999 Columbine High School massacre that not so coincidentally occurred almost in parallel with the onset of the second half, 1997 to 2038, of current Aquanium, 1955 to 2038. So as to mark the beginning of violent times ahead, just as the Oqual cycle turned on its head. Like other facets of human civilization, mass shootings will also peak around Annus Horribilis 2028, before they begin to peter out over several decades, beginning with the arrival of the next Aquanium in 2039. In order to delve deeper into how cultural waves affect our society, let us divide our somewhat finger-licking discussion into the following topics. 3.1 Demographic Trends. 3.2 Cultural Dysphoria. 3.3 Consumption Mania. 3.4 Institutional fraud. Section 3.1 Demographic Trends. Given that I attended a primary school not only under the shadow of trees, but also under the shadow of four older siblings in rural Pakistan during the 1970s, you might be quick to preempt how lucky I must have been. Well, damned if you do, and damned if you do not. In the first case, having four older siblings was hardly a cause for celebration, as many of my classmates had twice as many brothers and sisters. In the second scenario, being the little one not only came with a lot of perks and turks, but it also propelled me to become the life of the party at home and away. Admittedly, it was not just my neck of the woods, hustling and bustling with a torrent of toddlers as if they had just hatched out of eggs, as my mother would have me believe in the wake of my incessant curiosity of learning where the babies came from against the backdrop of an equally impressive battalion of hens wandering around every household. But the rather high fecundity or fertility on display was a hallmark of the then young nation of Pakistan, which came into its own being in the aftermath of 1947 Indian partition, as the British Raj came to a grinding halt after almost 200 years. What caused such an unprecedented upsurge in the fertility rate among Pakistani women? Was it due to girls gone wild in the wake of irrational exuberance of having realized their dream of a separate homeland? Was it perhaps due to men gone child after being battle-hardened for years, but all of a sudden no one else left to wrestle with? Or was there more to it than meets the eye? Subsection titled Pakistan's baby boom was etched in the stars. Given that the birth of Pakistan essentially coincided with the arrival of a new dawn of hope and prosperity as the current Aquanium, 1955 to 2038, kicked off barely after the honeymoon was over for what is today the fifth most populous nation on earth, the unprecedented baby boom witnessed over many decades that followed should hardly be surprising. In fact, during much of the first half, 1955 to 1996, of the current Aquanium, the fertility rate hovered around 6 babies per woman of childbearing age in Pakistan. However, with the onset of the second half, 1997 to 2038, of the current Aquanium, the fertility rate among Pakistani women began to precipitously nosedive such that it is currently on track to fall below 3 babies per woman of reproductive age over the next decade or so. Importantly, such a contrasting change of demographic fortunes with baby boom followed by baby bust across the two halves of the current Aquanium is hardly unique to Pakistan, but rather has been a hallmark of most other nations. But there is one important caveat to this rather simplistic picture that must be ironed out in order to fully appreciate how demographics of a nation oscillate with the Oqual cycle. In what is dubbed the canonical model, population growth of a nation is envisioned to rise during the first half of Oqual cycle and then pivot so as to reverse course during the second half as told by the demographic story of Pakistan over the course of the current Aquanium. However, due to atypical socio-political factors at play, this may not always be the case, as the first half may well be underscored by an anemic population growth, while the second half experiences a boom in what can be framed as the non-canonical model. For clarity, both of these antagonistic models have been incorporated into what is dubbed the population aquacycle. While the canonical model is expected to be the rule for most countries, The non-canonical model will likely prevail when a nation's demographics are unceremoniously perturbed by unusual circumstances, as seems to be the case with Pakistan during the previous Aquanium. Although population data apropos the previous Aquanium, 1871 to 1954, for the region that comprises today's Pakistan must be taken with a grain of salt, a very similar demographic trend is, however, also at play vis-a-vis modern-day India. This implies that population dynamics of both India and Pakistan over the previous Aquanium must be taken at face value rather than overlooked. Notably, what happens in India also happens in Bangladesh and vice versa. Unsurprisingly then, the demographic trend of Bangladesh over the previous Aquanium is also very much akin to that of India and Pakistan. One can therefore logically conclude that the reasons for the trio of modern-day nations of India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh to have experienced a non-canonical demographic trend over the course of previous Aquanium, 1871 to 1954, must be identical, particularly given that all three nations were then three sides of the same triangle under the British colonial rule during much of that period. How can one account for the non-canonical demographic trends? Why did population growth of the three Indian nations during the second half, 1913 to 1954, of previous Aquanium upstage that of the first half, 1871 to 1912, at odds with the Oqual theory? The answer lies in the socioeconomic factors. Admittedly, the first half, 1871 to 1912, of previous Aquanium was plagued by a spate of rolling droughts and famines, epitomized by the likes of the Indian Great Famine, 1876 to 1882, that stretched across much of what is modern-day India. Top that up with the fact that the first half of that Aquanium also coincided with a long stretch of deindustrialization on the Indian peninsula beginning circa 1750. What does deindustrialization mean? Next subsection, World War I was a godsend for Indians. In 1700, at the peak of Mughal Raj, India was a manufacturing powerhouse, boasting the world's largest economy due primarily to the strength of its textile industry with trade links across the globe. In 1757, Britain established itself as the dominant colonial power on the Indian peninsula in what would essentially mark the birth of British Raj, with the Mughals retained as a symbolic figurehead up till 1857. In doing so, Britain wasted no time in asserting its authority over the Indian economy through measures such as protectionist policies that would bar the import of Indian goods into Britain and across its vast empire, all the while flooding the Indian markets with the British goods. In particular, powered by the 18th century Industrial Revolution, Britain's machine-driven textile industry unleashed mass production of goods and services at a fraction of the cost of the Indian textile, which, for its part, would continue to be produced through the traditional handloom technology, thereby quickly losing its competitive edge. To be sure, the Industrial Revolution marked the transition from an agrarian society largely powered by hand-driven technology to a machine-driven economy that first began in Britain circa 1750 and then quickly spread across much of the Western world as the 18th century closed out. As for India, Britain's Industrial Revolution not only marked the death knell for the Indian textile industry, but also put millions of people out of work. And those who were lucky enough to survive the axe found themselves primarily working on the cotton and jute fields as the nation was reduced to a shadow of its glorious past, with the raw materials now becoming its primary export instead of more valuable textiles. To add salt to wounds, Britain also refused to implement its proprietary machine-driven technology on Indian soil, so as to maintain a competitive edge over handicrafts. Simply put, India was not only deindustrialized by the British colonialists, but the plundering of its bountiful resources from cotton and jute through silk and steel to spices and grains, and dare I mention my favorite tea, would bankrupt the Indian economy as the 18th century closed out, with such economic stagnation continuing throughout the 19th century and into the early 20th century. Importantly, the dire impact of British colonialism on Indians is further highlighted by the fact that the native population growth remained heavily suppressed throughout much of 18th and 19th centuries. Given such a negative impact of socioeconomic factors on the Indian society, the lack of a discernible cyclical trend in baby boom followed by baby bust over the course of 5th, 1787 to 1870, and 6th, 1871 to 1954, Aquania should hardly be surprising. In fact, Indian population grew at a turtle's pace of 0.4% annually from the outset of British Raj in 1757 till the start of World War I in 1914, over a span of 157 years. All the while, the British population flourished at almost threefold. But since then, the population on the Indian peninsula has been growing at a commanding pace of over 1.6% annually, as it has spiked from 310 millions in 1914 to over 1,800 millions today in 2023. Yet, many Western unintellectuals today claim that the British Raj was far from being a doom and gloom for the Indian masses, as Britain left the nation with vast networks of railroads. Alas, such parochial minds fail to understand that the railway tracks largely connected seaports to resource-rich lands rather than traversing through the hinterlands to serve the needs of the masses. Just because a thief leaves their footprints behind does not by any stretch of the imagination render their actions righteous. How did Indian deindustrialization end? As military hawks would tell you, wars are good for the economy as they usher in windfalls by leaps and bounds. Indeed, wars not only trigger mass production of goods and services, but also revitalize many rundown factories and even demand repurposing of non-profitable companies to serve the needs of soldiers instead of civilians. However, the war is a double-edged sword in that it can make as well as break an economic engine due to its destructive nature. Fortunately, the outbreak of World War I would be a godsend for the Indian economy in that it would make rather than break India's back, as Britain was left with no choice but to put Indian manufacturing industry into first gear so as to meet the humongous demands of that global conflict. In particular, India would be required to supply anything and everything that it could, from coal and steel through cement and textiles to food supplies and battalions of soldiers. With such aggressive contracts of war to meet, there was no shortage of work, as millions would benefit with the stagnant Indian economy having turned into a thriving one overnight in the midst of World War I. In fact, the war economy not only saved many Indian industries, such as the then fledgling Tata Steel that had only come into being less than a decade earlier in 1907, from going underwater, but also bloated their fortunes in that they would continue to hit home runs even after the demands of World War I had ceased. In other words, World War I not only put an end to India's deindustrialization, but also jump-started its reindustrialization with widespread economic opportunities for the masses that had not been witnessed in over 150 years since the beginning of the British colonial rule in 1757. Long story short, the duo of a spate of rolling famines and the lack of employment opportunities for the masses due to deindustrialization policies of the British colonialists conspired to keep a lid on baby boom during the first half, 1871 to 1912, of a previous Aquanium, 1871 to 1954, at odds with the rather auspicious spell of Oqual cycle. However, the switch to war economy with the outbreak of World War I, almost in parallel with the onset of second half, 1913 to 1954, of the previous Aquanium would herald a period of relative riches for the masses on the Indian peninsula through extensive employment opportunities. And when you're blessed with riches, you also turn off your switches as you channel your energy to what you're naturally good at. Make babies, and lots of them. And make they did, as the baby contagion spread like a wildfire across the Indian peninsula, thanks to our deeply ingrained herd behavior, which may have been beneficial in the jungles, but it almost always plants our downfall in today's high-tech world. All the while, the Europeans were at loggerheads whose populations by comparison would plummet against the backdrop of a quartet of World War I, influenza pandemic, Great Depression, and World War II. In a nutshell, a rather unusual set of socioeconomic factors likely accounts for the non-canonical trend observed in population growth of the three Indian nations, in that it appears to have exploded rather than being pared back during the second half, 1913 to 1954, of the previous Aquanium. That is a truly impressive feat, given that the then Pan-Indians were able to deliver such an unexpected baby boom in spite of having lost nearly 20 million souls, or 6% of the then combined population of some 320 millions in 1920, to the 1918 influenza pandemic. Importantly, such a baby boom would continue skyward well deep into the first half, 1955 to 1996, of the current Aquanium, 1955 to 2038, after which it seems to have experienced a dramatic pullback with the onset of the second half, 1997 to 2038. Simply put, while the demographics of the trio of consanguineous or blood-tied nations experienced a non-canonical trend during the previous Aquanium, they have nevertheless seamlessly transitioned into a canonical one over the course of the current Aquanium. Notably, the baby boom during the first half, 1955 to 1996, was largely powered by relatively prosperous times, as fondly remembered through Jawaharlal Nehru era in India and Ayub Khan era in Pakistan. However, in line with the ominous spell of the second half of the Oqual cycle, baby boom turned into baby bust, beginning with the arrival of Annus Tornillus, 1997, of the current Aquanium. Still, all three Indian nations have come a long way from their humble beginnings with the end of British Raj in 1947. In 2023, India surpassed China to become the most populous nation of the world with more than twice as many mouths as Europe or North America. MashaAllah. While Indian men may naively argue that size does not matter, it surely does, as babies power the economic engine of a nation by tempers and tantrums. On that auspicious note, the current dip in fertility rate for all three Indian nations will likely reverse course with the arrival of the next Aquanium, 2039 to 2122. In over a decade, though it will never emulate its unprecedented feat observed during the dawn of the current cycle. As witnessed firsthand during the 1970s, though being duped into believing that I and other toddlers of my generation had all hatched out of eggs, and had it not been for Biology 101, I could well have ended up becoming a chicken farmer, driven by the false perception that breeding and raising kids must be a piece of cake. But then I sometimes wonder how in the world would humanity have learned about the Oqual cycle. In fact, that seems to be my true calling, and boy oh boy, I could not have imagined a life without scholarly activities as much as the illogical hens would have liked to have me in their corner, given my selfless Virgoan trait of putting the interests of others before my own. Believe you me, if you want something done well, do it yourself. But if you want babies done well, have a Virgo do it. What about other nations beyond the Indian Peninsula? How do their demographics play out over the course of Oqual cycle? Located in the Indian Ocean less than 40 miles off the southern tip of India, let us make Sri Lanka our next stop before we sail onto my former hunting ground, United Kingdom. And then from there we will round off the trip with a docking on the familiar shores of United States before we disembark and continue our journey further afield on another explosive aspect of our culture in the next section. Next subsection, Sri Lanka's baby bust too shall pass. Being an isolated island with minimal perturbations from external factors such as migrations and wars, Sri Lanka serves as an excellent model for studying population dynamics, particularly given that we are trying to probe what happened over the past several centuries rather than decades. Indeed, it seems that the World War I delivered no windfall for the island nation of some 22 millions today, as it bucked the rather auspicious demographic trend witnessed across the Indian Peninsula, in that its population growth followed an almost perfect canonical behavior in agreement with the Oqual theory over the previous and sixth Aquanium, 1871 to 1954, with the baby boom unfolding over the first half, followed by baby bust over the second half. Likewise, Sri Lanka also appears to have followed more or less canonical demographic trends over both the fifth, 1787 to 1870, and the seventh, 1955 to 2038, Aquania, though in each case the baby boom and baby bust appear to be somewhat out of lockstep with the progression of Oqual cycle. This should be hardly surprising given that the Oqual cycle is not set in stone in a manner akin to the annual cycle, but rather its dynamics are highly fluid and malleable as they are largely dictated by our own actions in a probabilistic manner rather than being wholly deterministic. Or rather, they represent an interplay between celestial and socio-political factors. Notably, Sri Lanka's baby boom during the first half, 1955 to 1996, of the current Aquanium having peaked somewhat earlier than expected, bears stunning echoes of its batsmen pioneering the art of taking the bowlers to task right from the get-go in limited overs cricket during the 1990s, but then often peaking too early to make most of their daring initiative. One can only hope that Sri Lankan babies having already born into future do not follow in the footsteps of Jayasuryas and Kaluvitranas, but rather make most of their head start as charting a successful life requires perseverance, not slogging. Importantly, the factors driving premature termination of baby boom during the first half 1955 to 1996 of the current Aquanium likely reside in the decades-long Sri Lankan Civil War 1983 to 2009 that is believed to have claimed around 100,000 lives, not to mention its negative impact on birth rate as well as positively affecting emigration out of the country. Add to that the fact that Sri Lanka's ongoing baby bust, or rather population bust, during the second half, 1997 to 2038, of current Aquanium is also in no small part driven by emigration due to a rising number of its nationals immigrating to greener pastures elsewhere around the globe in the wake of economic bedlam that has been brewing over the past decade or so. In 2022, after decades of living beyond its means, the island nation defaulted on its national debt. Today, many Sri Lankans helplessly wonder whether the ongoing economic meltdown is the new normal, and whether they will once again be able to return to the good old days of baby boom. Notwithstanding Sri Lanka having turned into Sri Lanka, today's dire baby straits too shall nevertheless pass as the current Aquanium 1955 to 2038 draws to a close over the next decade or so. And close it will as Sri Lanka once again rises from the ashes, with another strong and impressive bout of baby boom getting underway as early as 2030s, but by no later than 2040s. Adios Sri Lanka. Bienvenue au Royaume-Uni. Next subsection. Traditional wives rescue the British Ark from sinking. While the rate of population growth may serve as a good proxy for differentiating between baby boom and baby bust for developing nations where net migration has little or no impact on their overall demographics, it is unlikely to be a good substitute for Western nations whose populations are heavily dependent upon an influx of immigrants. Although one ought to be directly looking at the birth rate, long-term data for such a key demographic are, however, hard to come by. Still, for what it is worth, Britain appears to have experienced more or less canonical demographic trends during the 5th, 1787 to 1870, and 6th, 1871 to 1954. Aquania across a span of roughly 150 years when it reigned supreme as the world's most dominant imperial power. In particular, Britain first emerged as the dominant global power during the late 18th century at the expense of France. And such a rise to global dominance, coupled with economic prosperity, sparked an impressive wave of baby boom at home with the outset of the first half, 1787 to 1828, of a fifth Aquanium. However, tumultuous times driven by endemic corruption among its ruling elite at home and abroad, as epitomized by the 1857 Indian Mutiny, severely hamstrung the second half, 1829 to 1870, of a fifth Aquanium, such that it would be marked by baby bust on British shores in line with the Oqual theory. A more or less similar demographic trend played out over the course of the sixth and previous Aquanium, 1871 to 1954. In particular, the first half, 1871 to 1912, of the previous Aquanium largely coincided with relatively prosperous times to have befallen not only blue bloods, but Brits across all walks of life, as underscored by the memorable late Victorian era, 1870 to 1901, coupled with the British Empire hitting its zenith circa 1900. When the British Navy ruled the ocean waves, the British pound ran the global trade, and the British wives were vying to hold their own with a rather high fertility rate, as popularized by none other than their own Queen Victoria, delivering an eye-popping 9 royal minted kids from her throne at a rate of 1 child every other year over a span of 17 years. However, as forewarned by the ominous spell of Oqual cycle as it turns on its head, all hell broke loose on European shores during the second half, 1913 to 1954, of the previous Aquanium, such that the hefty cost of 2 world wars, both in economic terms and human life, weighed heavily on Britain, with the baby boom quickly drying up into baby bust, as if it were in awe of a free fall under the pull of unforgiving gravity. Such a dramatic change of fortunes would continue to spill over into the current and seventh Aquanium, 1955 to 2038, at odds with the Oqual theory. Although what was likely a short-lived baby bump at the interface of the previous and the current Aquania, it, however, quickly whittled away during much of the first half, 1955 to 1996, of the current Oqual cycle, as if it had turned into baby bust before yielding to what appears to be baby boom during the second half, 1997 to 2038, in a non-canonical fashion. Why did British demographics experience such a non-canonical trend during the current Aquanium, with baby bust or population bust, followed by baby boom or population boom over the two halves, respectively? The answer seems to lie in socio-economic factors as well as post-colonial immigration to Britain. Although Britain enjoyed a bout of relatively prosperous times like most other nations during the first half of the current Aquanium, as underscored by the swinging 60s, it, however, also continued to suffer economic woes more than its fair share after having been virtually bankrupted by the heavy cost of World War II that would leave the nation with a debt burden of almost 250% of its economy. In fact, Britain's debt drag would not fall below an acceptable level of 50% of the economy until the 1970s. And when it did, the nation would be stung by a duo of deadly stagflation and currency collapse, sparked by massive budget deficits, with the International Monetary Fund coming to the rescue at the expense of tarnishing its prestige of being a global power upon which the sun once never set. Understandably, such economic doldrums during the 1970s not only failed to generate the thrust necessary for a full-fledged baby boom to emerge, but also turned the rather short-lived baby bump of the 1950s and 1960s into baby bust for the remainder of the first half of the current Oquanium. Although Britain's fertility rate briefly flirted with 3 babies per woman of reproductive age during the 1960s, it would however quickly tumble below 2 in the face of self-inflicted economic wounds during the 1970s. To add insult to fertility, Britain's population growth rate also plummeted to 0% during much of the 1970s. With the number of births and new immigrants arriving largely offset by more or less an equal number of deaths and emigrants leaving the country for greener pastures elsewhere. For all its doom and gloom, the first half, 1955 to 1996, of the current Oquanium, however, did engineer a new wave of fresh blood in the form of post-colonial immigration to Britain in droves. In the wake of having lost nearly 4 million people to death or injury during the 2 world wars, or roughly 8% of the then nation's population, in the midst of the second half of the previous Oquanium, Britain suffered a massive labor shortage, particularly for low-paid, unskilled jobs in the then booming textile and steel industries. To meet the shortfall out of desperation, Britain turned to its former colonies in the hope of recruiting young men in their 20s and 30s with a horse-like build, beaver-like industry, and weed-like adaptability, so as to ensure that they would have no qualms working night shifts at odd hours under dirty and frigid conditions. Such a Hail Mary move would hardly disappoint, as there was no shortage of volunteers, given that British wages would dwarf what colonial men would earn back home, not to mention that almost all of them were peasants plowing the fields and breeding livestock to meet their daily sustenance. Given more mouths than sprouts coupled with their centuries-old link to Britain, the 3 Indian nations would rise to the challenge once more to serve their former master and contribute a lion's share of their strongest men, packing their bags and heading for greener pastures during the 1950s and 1960s, with the immigrant tide having ebbed as the 1970s kicked off. While other nations such as the Caribbean islands would also follow suit, there was perhaps no place like my hometown Mirpur that saw its male population dry up during those 2 decades, with the single mothers left behind to fend for themselves and their young offspring all by themselves. A scenario that my own mother endured during the 1970s for almost a decade on her own, with 5 young kids to feed, with me being the little one, all the while my father worked in England. It was not just my father, but most of my first and second uncles, as well as their first and second cousins, who would also immigrate to England during the 1960s and 1970s. One of the major drivers for exodus out of my hometown was the construction of the Mangala Dam during the 1960s that would submerge much of the low-lying fertile lands, home to sprawling towns and villages in rural Mirpur. The loss of their livelihoods left many Mirpuris destitute and desperate for a new life elsewhere, with many moving to other cities in Pakistan as well as the Middle East. But most chose to go to Vilayat, the Indianized name for England, for a few years so as to enrich themselves before returning back home to their traditional wives and bragging about their riches befitting of a good husband and father. Alas, they never did. That should have been hardly surprising given that migration is largely a one-way traffic, wherein humans are always moving forward and never turn back. Indeed, the very essence of human civilization, migration keeps nations in the remaking over and over again lest they turn stale beyond the pale. What became of Mirpuri men who never returned home from Vilayat? For a time, rumors abounded that the handsome and worksome Mirpuri men had not only saved Sheffield steel foundries and Bradford textile factories, but that they had also fallen prey to white girls. And few would dare not toast that mouth-watering gossip, given the cliché the world over that men have got to do what they have got to do. However, none of that had materialized. Rather, it was their traditional wives that would join them later in Vilayat. Whoever said that men are unfaithful must have never met Mirpuri men. What happened to Mirpuri men pretty much happened to all men from India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and the Caribbeans who had immigrated to England. While the 1950s and 1960s largely witnessed an immigration tide of men to Britain, the 1970s and 1980s would see a wave of their traditional wives and younger families joining them. And this is where things get even juicier for Britain. With the arrival of their families during the 1970s and 1980s, the immigrant men made Britain their home rather than a stepping stone as they had planned to do so when they first arrived. However, their longing for their home countries never subsided for one moment, particularly for the immigrants from the three Indian nations with a very proud and rich culture that traces its roots to some of the earliest human civilizations such as Mohenjo-daro, an ancient city excavated recently along the Indus River running through the spine of modern-day Pakistan, with a highly developed infrastructure that is believed to have paralleled the sophistication of the likes of Mesopotamia. And so when the kids of such immigrants came of age during the 1980s and 1990s, their home countries became their first stop to shop for their potential partners in what is often referred to as arranged marriage. A popular tradition even today across the Indian peninsula where young men and women are not only brought together through family connections to tie the knot, but often arranged by their parents or close relatives. Importantly, fishing for marriage in familiar waters would continue to fuel a never-ending wave of immigrants to Britain from the Indian peninsula, not to mention that their rather high fertility rate would also serve to neutralize and turn a population burst into population boom as the 1990s closed out almost in sync with the onset of the second half of the current Aquanium. Simply put, Britain's population boom observed over the past couple of decades has largely been fueled by what are today called Asian Britons, British citizens of Asian descent, with those from the trio of India, Pakistan and Bangladesh making up the lion's share among them. The proof of my proclamation lies in British pudding. In 1970, Asian Britons barely made up 1% of Brits, and only a little more than 10% of British babies were delivered by foreign-born mothers. In 2023, a little under 10% of Brits trace their roots to Asia, and over 30% of British babies were delivered by foreign-born mothers. Nevertheless, recent waves of immigrants fleeing persecution and other asylum seekers from across the globe have also likely contributed to an upsurge in British population growth over the past couple of decades. To say that immigrants have saved the British Ark from sinking would be a huge understatement. Not only have they turned Britain into a culturally rich society, but without their enormous contributions, Britain would be a dying nation today. With the overall British fertility rate having remained dangerously well below 2 babies per woman of reproductive age since the 1970s, one wonders where would Britain be now without the traditional wives. Although Britain's population boom seen over the past quarter of a century hardly gives chills due to the rather low fertility rate, better days lie ahead with the arrival of the next Aquanium 2039 to 2122 in over a decade or so. On the basis of the nation's current population dynamics, one can safely conclude that a bona fide baby boom is on the horizon for Britannia, as it is set to experience a canonical demographic trend over the course of the next Aquanium in line with the Oqual theory. While Britannia may never rule the waves again, its growing army of traditional wives will nevertheless come to be viewed as the envy of Europe in the not-too-distant future. A new Britain is already in the making and threatening once again to take the world by storm. Watch out, India. All told, Great Britain is undergoing a demographic metamorphosis into global Britain at a supersonic velocity, the like of which has perhaps never been witnessed since the transition of Roman Albion into Anglo-Saxon Britain beginning in the 5th century. As recently as 1970, Britain was 98% white. In 2023, almost 15% of Brits are non-white and breeding like rabbits. Before shifting gears, I should add that an economically prosperous nation demands a fertility rate of roughly 3 babies per woman of reproductive age so as to not only hold the demographic line but also provide a little more juice to make sure that the population keeps ticking slightly upward to neutralize unexpected loss of life through natural disasters or otherwise, and to ensure that the old to young equilibrium forever remains tilted to the right. On the other hand, countries with a fertility rate below 2 are essentially dying nations and heading for calamitous times ahead. Examples of major nations fighting for their survival due to low fertility rate are South Korea, Japan, and Italia. A baby boom is nevertheless on the cards for all 3 nations with the arrival of an auspicious spell of an Oqual cycle in about a decade or so after the dust from the looming World War III has settled. What score does America get on its fertility card? Vamos a ver. On va voir. Let us see. Next subsection, from America's boomers to one and done. In the pantheon of nations with a long-standing history and culture stretching back millennia, America does not even register on the scale. In fact, America is still in its infancy trying to figure out what it wants to be and where it wants to be in the bigger scheme of ancient civilizations. Being an infant nation, America is therefore constantly being remade with a new wave of immigrants with the turn of each century. In the 18th century, it was conceived as a commonwealth of Anglo-Saxons. In the 19th century, it viewed itself as a white nation. In the 20th century, it would redefine itself as a multiracial country. In the 21st century, it is on course to becoming a multicultural society. Today, for the first time ever in nation's 250-year history, second-generation Americans are beginning to take pride in their cultural and lingual heritage, unlike earlier generations compelled to conform to Anglo-Saxon norms, with English being their sole language lest one risked being ostracized as un-American. Being multilingual is the new norm for the next generation of Americans. That is a huge positive, as we all know the benefits of being able to juggle more than one tongue, as it not only adds an extra layer of plasticity to our brain cells, but also helps us to connect better with the world at large. Long story short, America has largely been in the making during the 18th and 19th centuries, as it would not reach a relatively critical and stable mass until the arrival of 20th century. In other words, having been in infancy for much of the last 300 years, it would be a big ask to expect the U.S. demographics to oscillate with alternating bouts of baby boom and baby bust in sync with the Oqual cycle. Add to that the fact that the never-ending influx of immigrants from all corners of the world and in relatively large numbers continues to skew America's population dynamics even today. This would be particularly applicable to the previous Aquanium, 1871 to 1954, the first half, 1871 to 1912, of which came hot on the heels of the American Civil War, followed by multiple waves of European immigrants that will continue into the 20th century until the enactment of the so-called 1924 Immigration Act. A deeply racist policy, that 1924 Act practically banned immigration from Asia and significantly reduced it from other parts of the world, but Western Europe, so as to weed out what the nation believed to be the inferior stock through the introduction of quotas for each nation based on its proportional representation among the citizens of the United States. Thus, the precipitous drop in U.S. population growth during the second half, 1913 to 1954, of the previous Aquanium could well be attributed to a drop in immigration rather than necessarily due to baby bust, though it is very likely that the quartet of World War I, influenza pandemic, Great Depression, and World War II must have negatively impacted the family structure and with it the birth rate on American soil, as such calamities no doubt severely crippled much of the globe. Notwithstanding such perturbations from external factors to internal population dynamics, the current Aquanium, 1955 to 2038, nevertheless appears to be broadly following a canonical demographic trend. In particular, the so-called Boomers generation coincided with the beginning of the first half, 1955 to 1996, of the current Aquanium. However, like Britain, such a baby bump was short-lived and did not continue deep into the first half of the current Aquanium due primarily to the negative impact of Vietnam War, 1965 to 1975, on the American society, both in economic terms and socio-political harmony. In particular, the heavy cost of Vietnam War spilled over into the U.S. government running budget deficits, which led to a loss of confidence in the greenback that would in turn spark a run on its gold reserves during the 1960s. In 1971, under the watch of the 37th POTUS Richard Nixon, such an economic reality check would subsequently lead to the abolishment of gold standard, as America could no longer honor the redemption of dollar notes upon the request of none other than its closest European allies. Then came the 1973 oil crisis, when the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries, or OPEC, spearheaded by Saudi Arabia, declared an oil embargo against the United States and its allies in response to its support for Israel during the 1973 Arab-Israeli War. As if that embargo had not taken its toll, America would be plunged into uncharted waters once more through the 1979 oil crisis, when Iran's oil production tanked in the wake of the 1979 Iranian Revolution, which led to the replacement of monarchy with what we know today as the Islamic Republic. In the wake of that twin energy crisis during the 1970s, the price of crude oil spiked 1,200% in nominal terms, from $3 per barrel in 1973 to $40 per barrel in 1980. When the cost of energy goes through the roof, so does the cost of goods and services for all creatures great and small. Unsurprisingly then, the economic well-being of the nation during the 1970s was heavily stifled through a deadly bout of stagflation, a combo of stagnant economy due to high unemployment coupled with inflation, followed by a spate of rolling recessions during the early 1980s. The conventional wisdom has it that inflation dies out with the onset of a recession due to the fact that the rising unemployment cuts the consumer spending power, which in turn reduces demand. And with that reduction in demand, the price of goods and services also drops to match the economic equilibrium. That rule of thumb holds true both temporally and spatially, except under the following four scenarios, which will lead to persistent inflation even in the midst of a recession, thereby producing stagflation. Number 1. Money printing. While excessive printing of money without any goods and services to go with it may not immediately lead to consumer price inflation due to the fact that it may find solace in assets on Wall Street rather than making its way to Main Street right away with a lag that could last many years, an increase in money supply against the backdrop of stagnant economic growth nevertheless bears the potential to skyrocket the price of goods and services. Number 2. Currency collapse. A recession develops in sync with the devaluation or collapse of national currency due to excessive money printing or a debt default. The resulting plunge in purchasing power will inherently lead to an increase in the cost of goods and services being imported from other nations, even if there is a reduction in demand, as was the case with Weimar Germany during the 1920s and is also the case today across much of the developing world. Number 3. Energy shock. Recession coincides with a spike in energy prices, which could be triggered through the reduction of energy supply due to natural disasters, wars, or embargoes, as was the case during the 1970s oil crisis. Since energy is the bedrock of everything we consume, the price of goods and services will continue to rise even if the demand tanks under this situation, as of course was the case across much of the Western world during the 1970s. Given the potential of the ongoing Russia-Ukraine war to cause an energy shock, the 1970s stagflation could well make a comeback across much of the Western world during the 2020s. And number 4. supply chain bottleneck. A recession occurs in concert with the supply chain bottleneck such that there is a disruption in the transport of goods and services due to embargoes, wars, or natural disasters, as was partly the case in the wake of the 2019 coronavirus pandemic. Nevertheless, the current bout of inflation that began in 2021 across the Western world is largely a product of overconsumption due to the financial system having been flooded with terror dollars without any goods and services to have gone with it. Had the masses not been provided with cheap money, it is very unlikely that we would have had the inflation that we are facing today. On the contrary, we would have likely experienced a deflationary bout absent government intervention. What is a recession, you might ask? In the wake of the economic rut faced by Americans during the late 1970s under the watch of the then-sitting 39th POTUS, Jimmy Carter, the then U.S. presidential nominee Ronald Reagan delivered a fitting note while addressing his supporters leading up to the 1980 U.S. presidential election. Recession is when your neighbor loses his job. Depression is when you lose yours. And recovery is when Jimmy Carter loses his. Today, however, one could rephrase those remarks as, recession is when you get paid more for staying home rather than working a job. Depression is when you lose all of that windfall after getting sucked into a Ponzi. And recovery will only come after the systemic fraud in the society is purged through the looming World War III over the next decade or so. Long story short, economic woes of the 1970s threw a spanner in the American baby production lines such that the baby bump of the 1950s and 1960s that created the boomers cohort not only failed to materialize into a full-fledged baby boom, but also uncharacteristically turned into baby bust before too long. Even the ratification of the 1965 Immigration Act that opened the door for millions of new immigrants from every corner of the world, irrespective of what they looked like, failed to uplift the U.S. population growth in a meaningful way. With the onset of the second half, 1997 to 2038, of the current Oqual, the U.S. population growth would continue to disappoint and has hitherto remained bottled for the most part. This should be hardly surprising given that more and more American families are opting to either go babyless or settle on just one and done. And who could blame them given the financial cost of raising babies these days and all the troubles that follow, as elegantly pointed out by my neighbors from hell who claim to be raising not one but rather half a dozen babies. However, upon closer interrogation, it turned out that the couple was actually talking about their puppies. When grilled about their plans for adding human babies to their rather mutt-packed family, they countered. Puppies are a much better investment. They require no 529 plan or college fund. They do no drugs. They never get arrested for misdemeanors. They do not get pregnant. We just cannot wrap our head around having kids, nor do we understand why others put up with them given all the drama that follows. Still, there is a plenty of cause for celebration for the infant nation, given that America not only runs on the blood of immigrants, but that it has always been powered by their babies. America se mueve con la sangre de los inmigrantes. Not only are immigrants not bothered by 2 and zoo, but they are also eager to make it 3 and ski, and some even dial it up to 4 and store, while others go as far as 5 and drive. With the immigrants making up almost 15% of the U.S. population today, the scene is indeed set for a baby boom to get underway with the arrival of a new dawn of optimism and prosperity as the current Aquanium, 1955 to 2038, draws to a close in about a decade after the dust has settled on the ongoing socio-political bedlam. And with the arrival of such a dawn, what has become the much derided institution of marriage over the past couple of decades will also make a comeback with widespread popularity as it rightfully reclaims its primal place in the society across the globe. Section 3.2 Cultural Dysphoria. During my decade-long odyssey through England, straddling across much of the 1980s and 1990s, I had become accustomed to the familiar Merry Christmas greetings as each calendar year drew to a close. Not once did it ever occur to me that such a simple religious catchphrase that openly celebrated the Christian faith would somehow be perceived as being offensive by anyone, irrespective of their religious inclination. In fact, the widespread popularity of Merry Christmas paraphernalia, from greeting cards to personal items, only served to reaffirm my own faith and the appreciation for others' religious proclivities. However, after moving across the pond from London to New York to pursue my postdoctoral research barely a year after the arrival of Annus Thornillus, 1997, of the current Aquanium, 1955 to 2038, I would immediately begin to notice that Merry Christmas somehow had begun to be sacrificed and demoted, just as the new kid on the block, Happy Holidays, would take its place by leaps and bounds as the notice marched along. To add salt to wounds, a public display of Christmas signs could invite complaints, protests, and even litigation by the far left or radical left groups who had declared war on religion, with Christianity being in their crosshairs. And if that salt sprinkled on open wounds was not bad enough for the Christian faithfuls, then the 2010 billboard projected above the eastbound entrance to Lincoln Tunnel as one drove from New Jersey under the Hudson River into Midtown Manhattan with the message, "You know it's a myth. This season celebrate reason," printed next to a silhouetted nativity scene, was nothing short of an open declaration of war on Christianity. On a personal level, such a dramatic deviance unfolding on American soil was particularly troubling, given that back in Britain, I had learned that the United States was a deeply Christian nation relative to Europe. Although somewhat baffled, I would simply sweep the whole fiasco of what would later come to be called the War on Christmas under the rug due to being preoccupied with advancing my scientific endeavors when working 60-plus hours a week in, week out was a norm. Not that much has changed in my life since then, nor in the lives of today's dedicated scientists, juniors and seniors alike. It also helped that I found it a lot easier to work with the thermodynamics of protein society rather than trying to understand the theodynamics of a human society. However, a little over a decade later, that nagging curiosity re-entered my stratosphere, such that I was left with no choice but to take the intruder by the horns once and forever. subsection titled Spirituality is Hardwired into Our DNA. Today, with the Oqual cycle at my fingertips, I would revisit the war on Christmas that began nearly a quarter of a century ago to make sense of it. While the origins of happy holidays can be traced as far back as the early 19th century, the somewhat secular and bizarre greeting appears to have been first popularized during the 1840s in America, courtesy of media outlets such as the New York Herald and the New York Daily Tribune, with its popularity rising exponentially over the next couple of decades or so before it begins to taper off with the arrival of the previous and sixth Aquanium, 1871 to 1954. But with the onset of the second half, 1913 to 1954, of previous Aquanium, happy holidays begins to gain traction once more after World War I, rising precipitously during the 1930s and 1940s. Aunque usted no lo crea, dare you believe it, the widespread use of happy holidays once again began to be shelved, just as the current Aquanium, 1955 to 2038, kicked off during the 1950s, and the secular greeting would by and large remain under the radar over the next several decades. However, with the onset of the second half, 1997 to 2038, of the current Aquanium, happy holidays would once again emerge from the silos and steadily bloat over the next couple of decades into what today may be dubbed foie gras, widely served in many big cities across America to the consternation of Christian faithfuls. Like the production of foie gras, the unsuspecting masses have been gouged or force-fed with happy holidays by the radical left through their monopoly of mainstream media and institutions, so much so that those having ditched Merry Christmas are hardly cognizant of the far-left propaganda. Psychologists would argue that following the herd is an easier option, as treading uncharted waters on your own requires megatons of mental power. Long story short, the alternating troughs and crests observed in the popularity of a catchphrase as simple as "Happy Holidays" results from what psychologists call cultural dysphoria, though I would also label it religious dysphoria, in the sense that culture and religion are essentially two facets of the same coin, which are deeply intertwined and often inseparable from each other. However, what psychologists do not know is that cultural or religious dysphoria seemingly ebbs and flows over the course of Oqual cycle in a manner akin to other regressive forces that hold human society hostage during the second half as embodied in the dysphoria Aqua cycle. Put another way, people's affinity and antipathy toward their religion or religious heritage represent two opposing forces that are always in a tug of war, with the former edging out the latter during the first half of Oqual cycle and vice versa. No matter how much grudge many people hold against religion, they somehow cannot shake it off from their lives due to what I have dubbed the euphoria-dysphoria equilibrium, an intricate societal plank that seesaws from left to right in sync with the progression of Oqual cycle. Thus, people seem to gravitate toward their religion and traditional values during the first half of Oqual cycle so as to push the euphoria-dysphoria equilibrium well over to the left. And then, with the onset of the second half, the euphoria-dysphoria equilibrium begins to shift to the right, as has been the case over the past couple of decades across much of the globe. Admittedly, even secular individuals who declare no faith or hold a grudge against religious institutions often end up solemnizing almost every aspect of their lives, from births through marriages to deaths, as religious events. To say that human civilization is very much dependent upon religion and faith would be a huge understatement. If it was not due to faith, we would have perhaps never left the woods. Faith fuels our civilization as it helps us to overcome the thermodynamic bottleneck in order to break through the glass ceiling so as to reach new heights. In fact, religion is in our DNA, and those who try to run away from it face the wrath of biology through being condemned to extinction. Those who claim to celebrate reason rather than faith are in fact the ones missing the forest for the trees. Brimming with the ignorance and hubris may earn one a few plaudits, but it also quite often plants their downfall. According to the 2005 book titled The God Gene by American geneticist Dean Hamer, spirituality indeed appears to be hardwired into our DNA, so much so that the lack of faith predisposes an individual to becoming extinct. In other words, faith is hereditary in that the inheritance of the proverbial God gene predisposes individuals to spirituality. While such a hypothesis is highly debatable, there is no doubt that spirituality confers an evolutionary advantage upon individuals by conjuring up a sense of belonging to a community as well as adding an eternal meaning to life. In fact, not only faith, but almost every aspect of our lives is hereditary, from the very words that enable us to communicate, to our eating and sleeping habits that have been passed on to us through generations. Just because we may have smartphones that our grandparents did not, in no way implies that our lives are wholly independent of our past, and that we can redefine everything however we so wish. That is exactly the self-destructive path that the radical left is pursuing today in their quest to blur the lines and claim that our cultural norms are nothing more than social constructs. Apropos their abracadabra and mumbo-jumbo, there is no woman or man, nor is there talent or lack thereof. Everybody can be whatever they want to be, and the reasons why they cannot be what they want to be is due to societal oppression and prejudices. If such hocus pocus does not smell of a generation gone astray and being fast-tracked for extinction, then one does not even have 1 cent of a cent. Long story short, religion has been an integral part of our civilization for millennia, not due to ignorance, but rather the lack thereof led communities to self-destruct themselves, as many are already on that fateful path, once again today thanks but no thanks to cultural dysphoria. To be sure, dysphoria is the direct antonym of euphoria. On the one hand, cultural dysphoria is the general feeling of being discontent or confused about one's place in the society, even though they are an integral part of it in one way or another. On the other hand, cultural dysphoria may also express itself in one's desire to be the exact opposite of what they are, biologically or otherwise. While retaining its original flavor, I have also extended the definition of cultural dysphoria to refer to the plight of individuals in the society in the wake of socio-political upheaval befalling humanity during the second half of Oqual cycle, and their desire to return to good old days rather than rise up to the challenge and deal with it as embodied in the motto, "When the going gets tough, the tough gets going." Admittedly, most people today are very dissatisfied with their lives against the backdrop of what seem to be never-ending upheavals, coupled with greed and fraud having taken center stage in our society. But things did not used to be like this barely a few decades earlier, as many openly share their nostalgia of those earlier times. If we had a magic wand, almost everyone around the world would indeed be willing to travel back to the good old future of the second half of 20th century. That broadly coincided with the first half, 1955 to 1996, of current Aquanium, at the expense of giving up many modern luxuries of the fledgling 21st century, such as smartphones, social media, online shopping, and so forth. This scenario is perhaps best illustrated by the plight of today's Pakistanis, who together make up the fifth most populous nation after the quartet of India, China, America, and Indonesia. Next subsection. Pakistan is the poster child of everything that is wrong with our society today. In Pakistan, the ignominious leaders have been promising a Naya, or new, Pakistan since the outset of 21st century, but only for that ill-timed experiment to have backfired recently with a vengeance. Thanks, but no thanks to the dire spell of the second half of the current Aquanium. In order to lure the electorate to their camp, every Pakistani leader over the past couple of decades has been upping the ante over their rivals to offer the masses ever more handouts through, for example, importing commodities and then cutting the price in half so as to deliver on their promises at the expense of pushing the nation into an ever-deepening debt hole. Such a bureaucratic fraud with the potential to propel a nation toward bankruptcy is of course not unique to Pakistan, but rather the modus operandi of almost every other democratic nation, with America leading the charge. Blame the leaders all you can, but they have been doing exactly what anyone would have done to make life easier for hoi polloi, lest they lose their vote and get booted out of the office. Admittedly, it seems that like the parable of Pakistan, a democracy has not only destroyed most nations that gave it refuge, but that it has also ended up enslaving the very people it vowed to liberate. Still, fools would argue that democracy has been hijacked by the elite and wealthy, and that today's socio-political upheaval is a making of their lax policies, running excesses and imbalances to the hilt. To the contrary, running excesses and imbalances is the very essence of a democratic system, for not doing so would mean that hardly anyone would show up at the polling station. It is in human nature that when you can smell a free meal, you immediately stop fending for yourself. Not only that, but democracy also empowers the masses to sell their vote in exchange for free goodies and hoodies. As a child growing up in rural Pakistan during much of the 1970s and 1980s, I vividly recall firsthand every single soul, from old to young and even children barely out of their diapers, working day and night, 7 days a week, on their livelihoods, from raising livestock through plowing the fields to harvesting the crops. It was humanity living in perfect harmony with Mother Nature, with no obnoxious gases released into the atmosphere, nor toxic waste generated, and almost everything one needed to live a comfortable life was produced at home. Not to mention that most people lived well into their 80s and had never seen a doctor in their entire life nor taken any medicine. Fast forward to today, and most Pakistanis are not only suffering from a plethora of maladies like people elsewhere across much of the globe, but they have also long parted company with the agrarian lifestyle, comforted by the bogus promise of their leaders to provide them with notes in return for their votes. Not only that, but most have even forgotten the traditional skills necessary to fend for themselves, should it ever become necessary. Why raise a cow when you can get the milk for free? Many Pakistanis confide in me to justify as to why they have given up on a life of purpose. Today, ordinary Pakistanis are indeed biting the bullet of their own making rather than their leaders being incompetent to run the nation's affairs. Long story short, democracy has not only plundered the spectacular downfall of Pakistan, but also that of most other nations. Admittedly, the fact is that democracy only exists on paper rather than in practice. A reality that the likes of China are fully aware of. And unlike the herd, the Chinese leaders have been super smart to steer clear of such a deeply flawed system that is more likely to break than make a nation. It is indeed no coincidence that while China is flying with the colors today, the herd across much of the globe is sinking like a stone, even though they were assured that their Titanic built on democracy was unsinkable. One could argue that while everyone has education, hardly anyone has the wisdom. For if they did, they would not be doing what everyone else is doing. Such wisdom, albeit scarce, is nevertheless the cornerstone of every successful individual and nation alike. As for the failed nation of Pakistan, devoid of wisdom, though with plenty of education, bankruptcy has predictably come home, and it is now payback time, for the unforgiving laws of nature spare no one. With a debt default all but a mathematical certainty to add to a complete societal meltdown in the wake of deadly inflation, none knows what will become of Pakistan lest one pays heed to the subtle mechanics of Oqual cycle. Driven by the nostalgia of good old days, Pakistanis on both sides of the socio-political spectrum are now shamelessly demanding Purana, or old, Pakistan, when they ought to be moving forward rather than going back in time. During my fledgling years, I would indeed witness firsthand a relatively prosperous Pakistan buttressed by a rather high moral compass coupled with a heightened sense of community during much of the 1970s and 1980s, to even fonder memories of Pakistan during the 1950s and 1960s handed down to me by my parents and grandparents. In those good old days, most Pakistanis held public and private institutions in a rather high esteem, and their leaders commanded huge respect for their progressive agendas and good governance that largely kept the nation self-sufficient and debt-free. To add icing on the cake, the Pakistani leaders would also get the red carpet treatment while on state visits to the West. Additionally, Pakistan used to be an economic poster child for many Asian nations during much of the 1950s and 1960s, and it would often act as a conduit to open up communication channels between its neighbors that had no diplomatic ties with Western nations and even parts of the Muslim world. Admittedly, such relatively prosperous times during the 1950s and 1960s were shared by most nations in those good old days, as fondly remembered through Golden Age in America, Swinging 60s in Britain, Les Trente Glorieuses in France, Wirtschaftswunder in Germany, Il Miracolo Economico in Italy, El Milagro Español in Spain, Jukagaku Kagioka in Japan, Khrushchev era in Russia, Nehru era in India, and Ayub Khan era in Pakistan. Today, when reminded of the Ayub Khan era, most senior Pakistanis get chills as they eagerly take a trip down memory lane. However, across their northeastern border, their Chinese friends not only bristle with rage, but also get goosebumps. Unfortunately, the Chinese golden age of the current Oqual cycle was delayed due to the self-inflicted wound that would enter the annals of history as the Chinese Great Famine, 1958 to 1962, thanks to Mao Zedong's ill-conceived policies that backfired with a vengeance. Nevertheless, the hard work and unwavering conviction of Les Chinois would be richly rewarded with far more than they had bargained for as the nation turned capitalist after its revolutionary leader Deng Xiaoping signed an historic trade pact with the then 39th POTUS Jimmy Carter in 1979. With Pakistan providing the back channel for such negotiations due to the then lack of direct diplomatic ties between China and the United States. Simply put, Chinese Golden Age would anomalously arrive almost half a turn later during Oqual Autumn, 1997 to 2017, in lieu of Oqual Spring, 1955 to 1975, as the current Aquanium nominally entered its second half in 1997. Spring and autumn are essentially mirror images in meteorological terms, and so are summer and winter. While China's unprecedented economic prosperity over the past several decades oversaw more than 500 million of its people lifted out of poverty, it regrettably did not trickle across its northwestern border through the sky-high Karakoram Highway down into its all-weather friend Pakistan. Today, one indeed finds a toxic enantiomer of what were once deeply respected institutions and leaders in Pakistan who have either lost public trust, are ridiculed for their propagandas, or viewed as nothing more than Western lapdogs. Importantly, most Pakistanis in those earlier times were renowned for close and extended familial ties in that they by and large lived in harmony with each other, would quickly pitch in to divide the workload and agony of their relatives and neighbors in what was then a largely agrarian society, all the while cooperating to multiply the shared fruits and joys of their labor so as to ensure that everyone within their social orbit was being taken care of. In fact, it used to be so rare to find close-knit families fighting over petty things. Such family politics likely affected no more than about 1 in 10 families during much of the second half of the 20th century. Today, family politics runs deep in the blood of most Pakistanis, so much so that it is rare to find a clan that is at peace with itself. With as many as 9 out of 10 families affected, wherein not only siblings but even their offspring refuse to speak to each other in a meaningful way over minor issues that have been foolishly blown out of proportions through a positive feedback loop. Add to that the fact that the very neighbors who would once act as your most trusted cheerleaders, in that they would not only have your back but also stick their neck out on your behalf not so long ago, have steadily morphed over the past several decades into your worst antagonists, who are now vying for every opportunity to harm you. Or, at the very minimum, they eagerly await a free dose of schadenfreude, the psychological quirk wherein people derive pleasure from the misfortunes of others. Across their eastern border, the Indian brethren can perhaps relate to the dilemma facing Pakistanis, as they themselves have encountered a diametric change of fortunes of their own over the past several decades, as idiomatically expressed below. एक जमाना वो था कि औलाद अपने माई बाप को अपनी जायदाद समझती थी, और एक जमाना आज है कि संतान अपने माता पिता की जायदाद को अपना समझती है. In the good old days, the children would consider their parents to be their most valuable asset. Today, the progeny appraises the property of their progenitors to be their most valuable real estate. एक जमाना वो था कि मुश्किल था अपना मकान बनाना, मगर आसान था किसी के दिल में अपना घर बसाना. और एक ज़माना आज है कि आसान है अपना मकान बनाना, लेकिन मुश्किल है किसी के दिल में अपना घर बसाना. In the good old days, the hardship encountered with building your house was offset by the ease with which one could chisel a place in a woman's heart. Today, the ease with which one can build their house is counterbalanced by the adversity encountered in sculpting a place in a woman's heart. एक जमाना वो था कि घर में लक्ष्मी के आने से सब कुछ आ जाता था, और एक ज़माना आज है कि घर में लक्ष्मी के आने से सब कुछ चला जाता है. In the good old days, the marriage would bring so much good luck with it that it will turn a man's hut into his mansion. Today, the marriage brings so much curse that it turns a man's mansion into a hut. एक जमाना वो था कि लक्ष्मी लक्ष्मण को राजा समझती थी ताकि वो खुद रानी बन सके, और एक ज़माना आज है कि लक्ष्मी लक्ष्मण को गुलाम समझती है बिना सोचे कि वो खुद गुलाम बन जाती है. In the good old days, the woman would consider her man to be her king so that she could also become a queen. Today, the woman treats her man like a slave without even realizing that she becomes one too. एक जमाना वो था कि पत्नी पति को परमेश्वर समझती थी, और एक ज़माना आज है कि पत्नी सोने चांदी को अपना परमेश्वर मानती है. In the good old days, the woman would consider her husband to be her gold. Today, gold has become her means to an end. Tellingly, the familial and socio-political woes of Indians and Pakistanis are widely shared by people throughout the world, as almost every nation, from Afghanistan to Zimbabwe, is not only scrambling to reverse the trend of the disintegration of moral values and the loss of sense of community, but also finds itself teetering on the brink of bankruptcy due to having become addicted to an easy life life through borrowing money in a reckless manner as if there would be no tomorrow. While the likes of Zimbabwe and Venezuela have been in dire financial straits due to hyperinflation and debt default since the outset of the 21st century, the fate of many other nations also appears to have been sealed as they begin to fall down one after the other like dominoes with the onset of the ominous Oqual winter 2018 to 2038 of the current Aquanium. In 2020, the likes of Lebanon, Suriname, and Zambia went underwater after failing to meet their debt obligations. In 2022, Sri Lanka joined the disgraceful chorus of nations unable to pay their debt. Other nations such as Argentina, Belarus, Ecuador, Egypt, El Salvador, Ethiopia, Ghana, Kenya, Nigeria, Pakistan, Tunisia, and Ukraine are on course to face the debt music over the next couple of years or so. And it is only a matter of time before many more nations will go belly up, as the dire spell of an Oqual cycle leaves no stone unturned as it draws to a close. Had such nations had the wisdom and knowledge of such a dire spell of an Oqual cycle, many would have surely averted their downfall through pursuing responsible fiscal and monetary policies, rather than continuing to live beyond their financial means. Those who fail to pay heed to the dire spell of an Oqual cycle do so at their own peril. Indeed, while the lingering socio-political crisis of epic proportions across much of the globe will eventually end over the next decade, it is not going to end well. As for Pakistanis, they need not return to Purana Pakistan, but rather be patient, as a bona fide Naya Pakistan is indeed waiting on the horizon. But unfortunately, it will not arrive soon enough for many, as their ongoing pain and suffering will only continue to swell as the fallout from the current Aquanium 1955 to 2038 reaches its crescendo over the next decade or so. For now, Pakistanis must put up with the looming Qiyamah, or Day of Reckoning, just as they did some 84 years earlier in the wake of the 1947 Indian partition, in a never-ending yet what remains an unbeknown story to them of Qiyamah se Qiyamah tak, from doomsday till doomsday. On the other side of Qiyamah, Pakistan will once again rise from the ashes with the return of those good old days of the second half of the 20th century, just as human civilization on the Indian peninsula and across much of the globe has done so every 84 years on average since the beginning of times. Likewise, the familial woes of Indians and others around the globe are of course transitory, and the good old days when marriage was concomitant with a deluge of blessings will once again return. And so will the days of baby boom with the start of the next Aquanium 2039 to 2122 in over a decade or so. Would that also hold true for the Western nations? In addition to cultural dysphoria, the Western world, however, has also been recently beset by a rapidly rising tide of gender dysphoria, the like of which it has never encountered before. In a nutshell, gender dysphoria is a perception among a growing number of normal young adults, and even children, born with a perfect set of either male or female genitalia, but who feel that they belong to the opposite gender rather than what has been carved out by their biology, including in particular the great lengths to which their anatomy and endocrinology have gone. Surely, human body is not a gadget that can be repurposed at will. Alas, The proponents of gender dysphoria would have you believe otherwise, either due to their laughable folly or primarily being driven by the greed of making a killing through commercialization of distorting and lacerating otherwise perfectly normal human bodies with the disturbing consequences for their subjects and the society writ large. Such fools do not understand that neither masculinity nor femininity represent mutually exclusive discrete quanta, but rather a continuum or spectrum of overlapping male and female characteristics. There is no such thing as an ideal man or woman to which every male or female must conform to. For example, not all men are alpha males nor dominant creatures, but rather many men tend to exhibit a varying degree of femininity, which they should wholeheartedly embrace rather than seek surgery to become a fake woman. Likewise, alpha females tend to be very dominant and self-confident, as they not only send shivers down men's spine, but they are also highly sought-after creatures due to their leadership qualities. They are nevertheless women, and they ought to be very comfortable in their God-given identity, rather than seek medical intervention to have their female genitalia plucked out in an effort to become a fake man. Ditto for tomboys who should also embrace their womanhood as it is, rather than try to fit a stereotypical hourglass who's afraid to step outside our abode without makeup or even worse, consider becoming a fake man. Nor should anyone hold a grudge against alpha males or alpha females, for a society without strong men and strong women would be no society at all. If that was not true, our biology would have long sent such dominant creatures packing into the annals of our evolution a la our distant cousins Neanderthals. In fact, alpha males and alpha females are the movers and shakers of our civilization, and without their ruthless yet selfless drive for the betterment of our society, all of us would be living today in a pothole. Who are the proponents of gender dysphoria? Next subsection. Wokeism poses the biggest threat to the survival of the Western society. In what has been dubbed wokeism, the far left or radical left leaders and their entourage muddy the societal waters through a deeply polarizing and disruptive ideology that claims to be aware of what it perceives to be socio-political prejudices, injustices, and inequalities endemic to human society as embodied in the so-called critical race theory. In other words, the wokists push the propaganda that the success or failure of an individual is due to inherent or systemic bias in the society, and that such a cultural anisotropy is highly skewed against minorities. Well, geez, if a little goat herder from a poverty-stricken corner of the world can make it big, then anyone with half his talent can make it too in their own backyard, provided that they channel their energy toward what matters in life, rather than squander it on beating the bushes looking for reasons to lay the blame on the society for their failure. Needless to say, the wokists set out to right the wrongs through their own perverted means and under their own intolerant terms without any input from those who disagree with them, particularly with regard to their push for the normalization and democratization of societal evils such as profanity, obscenity, theft, and destruction of historic landmarks. Not only that, but they want to impose their wicked religion upon the whole of humanity, so as to not only have the masses condone their gobbledygook, but to even do as they say and as they do. The Wokists often justify their nihilistic actions on the basis of societal injustices committed decades and centuries ago. Rather than moving past our past, they are gung-ho on exploiting the past to advance their propaganda. Anyone who challenges their perverted worldview or disagrees with what they believe gets called all sorts of epithets, not to mention that they are also not shy of verbal and physical harassment. It is their way or the highway. More specifically, the uncivilized and dangerous behavior of wokists drives a stake through the moral fabric of the society by challenging the millennia-old societal norms perfected by the laws of nature as illustrated below. Number 1. Playing the victim card. The Wokists paint minorities as victims and white men as their oppressors instead of letting go of our past, as what happened in earlier times must not be judged by today's moral standards. For one, such a bigoted ideology is deeply patronizing toward minorities, who rather ought to feel self-confident that there is nothing that they cannot achieve in life, rather than being told that their misfortunes are due to the oppression by the society. For two, it is equally offensive to white men, as they must not be held responsible for the actions of their ancestors, particularly when they were conducted according to the norms of their times. Number 2, promoting gender dysphoria. Rather than emphasizing the role of math and science in school curriculum, the wokists push their preposterous hogwash of profanation of teaching material for younger kids so as to indoctrinate them into believing that they are not what they are, but rather what they feel in utter violation of biology. Such absurdity centered on gender dysphoria sets a dangerous precedent in that the human brain is very fluid and malleable in its ability to adapt to any caricature it is compelled to do so, and as such, it may not be long before many mentally distorted individuals pretend that they are anthropomorphic cats or dogs, rather than humans, as they seek medical intervention to become what they feel rather than what they are. Their next stop could be to push for the legalization of a matrimonial union of sorts between human and beast, not to mention that many adherents of such a phony religion are already practicing that. Gender dysphoria represents nothing more than the tip of the hedonistic iceberg threatening to capsize the Western Ark. No wonder then many Westerners have already started jumping onto the unsinkable Noah's Ark. All are welcome aboard, no ticket needed. Number 3. Hierarchy equals discrimination. The wokists preach the dangerous ideology that we are all equal in terms of our abilities, even though nature designed us to be highly specialized in conducting certain tasks over others. Only a small fraction of us, for instance, would make bricklayers, builders, chefs, doctors, engineers, farmers, plumbers, professors, scientists, and so forth. If we are all equal, then why even have academic assessments to differentiate the brightest from the weakest? We might as well dole out an A grade to everyone, though many universities are already doing that due to the customer demand for the top grade in exchange for top dollars. The wokist malarkey has even infected universities too by blurring the lines between meritocracy and mediocrity, as the students rather than professors get to choose what they are being taught so that they can get the grade that they need rather than a grade that reflects their academic potential. Needless to say, a society without a hierarchy is no society at all. Number 4. A reward without work. The wokists promote the bogus view that everyone should be able to have everything irrespective of their contributions to the society through the provision of the so-called universal basic income, with some even going as far as saying that everyone should even be paid the same salary. Such a preposterous view based on complaining rather than attaining not only makes socialism look like Shangri-La, but it stands to create a society where most individuals have no zest for life when they can live off the back of others. One's reward in the society ought to be directly proportional to their industry, and only physically challenged individuals ought to be provided for by the society out of compassion with everyone else required to fend for themselves. And number 5, preaching without action. The wokists breed an army of vigilantes to fight against what they perceive to be societal injustices and environmental excesses without holding themselves accountable for their own actions. For example, a growing number of climate activists are the product of such a hypocrisy in that while they lecture others on the threat of global warming, they themselves continue to maintain an oversized carbon footprint rather than pare back their own addiction to consumption. Talking the talk is easy, but walking the walk is not for the faint-hearted. Many Americans wonder whether the wokist propaganda is an elitist plan to depopulate the nation and the world writ large. Yet others attribute it to the work of the devil. In actuality, the unraveling of the Western society is best explained by my granddad's philosophy that a rewarding life is primarily defined by 3 things: roti, kapra or makan, food, clothing and shelter. He would continue, जब बंदे दी ख्वाहिश इन्हां चीज़ां तो बढ़ जाती है, ते ओ शैतान बन जाता है. When a man's desire exceeds such basic necessities of life, he turns into a devil. Even today, my beloved granddad's deliberations would strike a chord across all cultures from east to west. Not long ago, success in the Western world and across much of the globe was indeed dictated by being able to 1. Put enough food on the table, 2. Have a cloak to cover the body, and 3. Afford a roof over the head. Then came along all the luxuries and redefined what happiness meant. Today, transgressions from self-indulgence to hedonistic pleasure are the new luxuries. In other words, the unprecedented metastasis of wokeism through the spine of Western society over the past decade is shocking, but hardly surprising, given that mischief befalls 1. Well-fed and pampered mouths such that they grow up thinking that everything falls from the sky, and that even the wildest of their temptations have a solution, unlike hungry mouths having naturally learned to curtail them. 2. Offspring raised through helicopter parenting such that they will not only forever remain incapable of navigating societal waters on their own, but also susceptible to being indoctrinated. And 3. Self-indulgent souls devoid of zest for a productive and rewarding life, such that their idle hands steadily morph into devil's tools to the detriment of the society. In particular, the human brain is never satisfied, no matter how much it is provided with, as it is always on the hunt for new adventures. And quite often, such adventures lead to transgressions that leave a humble soul gasping for answers as to why people resort to such despicable behavior, when they ought to be grateful for having been born into a society full of resources and ample opportunities, the like of which would be the envy of the bygone generations of our forefathers. Long story short, it seems to me that the only thing the Vokists are aware of is their own failures in life. And as such, they want others to fail too, as it would somehow normalize their own poor state of affairs. Not only are they destroying the Western society from within through their nihilistic practices run amok in virtually every school so as to convert younger kids to wokeism before they are even capable of a rational thought, but they are also rapidly exporting their evil and intolerant religion to every corner of the world. It is as if the Vokists are on a mission to remake the world in their own perverted image. And if they cannot do that, then there ought to be no world at all. They know that they are going down, but they want to take the rest of us down with them too. Accordingly, the Vokists represent nothing short of the modern-day equivalent of Gog and Magog, who somehow seem to have been unshackled to divide and destroy humanity as we have known since the beginning of times. But destroy they will not, as the magnificent biology has a few tricks up its own sleeve to guarantee the survival of those who refuse to fall prey to mischief and continue to honor the divine laws of nature. Interestingly, today's rise in immorality and deviance is nothing new, as it also plagued much of the Western society during much of the second half, 1913 to 1954, of the previous Aquanium, 1871 to 1954. During those earlier times, big cities across America and Europe witnessed not only an upsurge in the widespread circulation of salacious magazines, books, and movies, but also normalization and ubiquitization of stage nudity and erotic entertainment that were then increasingly at odds with family values and will forever continue to be so. Just as the immorality wave largely petered out with the arrival of the current Aquanium, 1955 to 2038, so will today's wokeism as the curtain is raised over the next Aquanium in over a decade or so. In particular, the tide of cultural dysphoria will begin to ebb as its counterpart in euphoria begins to flow over the next decade or so on the other side of the bedlam. And so will return the good old days of Merry Christmas, as Happy Holidays heads for the boroughs to go into its familiar, multi-decadal hibernation in the wake of religious euphoria rightfully reclaiming its place in the society. In the meantime, we could preempt the rather slow spell of Oqual cycle by being self-confident about our own identity and place in the society, as well as not being coy of expressing our deep respect and appreciation of others' faiths. With that, heck with Happy Holidays and the radical left, as people of wisdom and knowledge ought to join hands to express their wishes through what they wish to say without mincing words as each calendar year draws to a close. Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Kwanzaa, Happy Yule. All told, the next tide of a cultural dysphoria as expressed through greetings such as Happy Holidays and moral deviance, though it may no longer be called wokeism, will begin to gain traction around Annus Thornilus, 2081, and reach its peak around Annus Horribilis, 2112, of the next Aquanium, 2039 to 2122. Till then, stay healthy and wealthy. Section 3.3 Consumption Mania. In 1994, after having earned my baccalaureate in biochemistry and being placed top of the class from the University of Manchester in England, I momentarily let my temptations get the best of me as I went on a rare shopping spree in order to pat myself on the back with the purchase of my first ever personal gadget, an unassuming Walkman to the tune of £40, then equivalent to around 60 US dollars. Far from being a splurge, as some of my friends would allege given my minimalist lifestyle, that a portable cassette player was by far the cheapest brand that I could find in my neck of woods at a time when online shopping had yet to be conceived, with the internet having just taken off. Although the World Wide Web became publicly available in 1991, it would be many years before it entered the mainstream, not to mention that it was a primitive technology back then relative to what we know today. Fast forward some 30 years, and today's portable music players can be had at less than half of what broke my bank 3 decades earlier, even though the overall cost of living has at least tripled over the same time frame. So what gives? Subsection titled, Technology is Deflationary. Rapid advances in technology reduce the cost of manufacturing through 1. Greater automation that leads to greater output and reduction in labor, and 2. Improved efficiency that reduces the cost of energy per unit output. Thus, what were once the exclusive domains of the wealthy steadily become democratized and affordable among the masses. While the deflationary nature of technology may come to be ingenuously viewed as a bonanza from the perspective of self-gratifying consumers, it in fact spells a trouble for the well-being of our planet, and, dare I say, our own. Admittedly, most people of my generation lived a rather frugal life through much of the 1980s and 1990s, whether by choice or due to the lack of affordable technologies to the delight of environmental gods. However, such organic culture centered on being content with needs rather than wants would turn on its head due to the rapid advances in both affordability and availability of consumer technology arriving almost in parallel with the onset of the second half 1997 to 2038 of the current Aquanium 1955 to 2038. Toward this demonic territory, 2 major breakthroughs struck our consumer culture almost in unison at lightning speed, with the exaggerated threat of Y2K still hovering over our heads just as the 21st century rolled in. First, in 2000, Google leveraged its monopoly of a search engine to transform itself into a first-ever online advertising platform for retailers around the globe. Second, in the same year, Amazon initiated its own quasi-monopoly of online marketplace to third-party merchants scattered across the planet. Together, these 2 online giants not only significantly helped push the cost of merchandise down through free market competition, but also made it available to the masses with the click of a mouse. For example, cell phones were as rare as diamonds as recently as the 1990s, both in America and across Europe. Barely a decade later, cell phones, however, became a dime a dozen across much of the Western world, particularly with the introduction of 3G or third generation mobile technology in 2001. While 3G enabled data to be transmitted at a relatively fast network speed in the megabits per second range, with a significant reduction in latency, today's 5G is, however, capable of data transfer at gigabits per second. What would be viewed as a boon for the consumers as championed by the capitalists would, however, soon turn out to be a baboon for the well-being of our precarious environment. Indeed, our reckless overconsumption or consumption mania turned parabolic just as the second half, 1997 to 2038, of the current Aquanium kicked off. Thanks but no thanks to a quantum leap in the mass production of electronic goods, from personal computers through smartphones to digital cameras, coupled with democratization of online shopping. Not only has such overconsumption been akin to a gunshot wound to the head, having left our planet teetering on the brink of a mental collapse, but it also appears to be the root cause of today's socio-political upheaval having befallen much of the globe. Today's skyrocketing public and private debts, for instance, have largely been driven by our consumer culture having become accustomed to living beyond its means. Add to that the fact that overconsumption has also led to the emergence of an ever-growing litany of new public health catastrophes, from the narcissistic urge to keeping up appearances, through keeping up with the Joneses, to keeping up with Dr. Jones's appointments, with practically no time left to do anything useful and productive in life. As I have been professing throughout my life, overconsumption and health are mutually exclusive and inversely correlated. On the same token, the internet is the smoking gun that proves that every form of technology is a double-edged sword, in that it represents a trade-off between its benefits versus harms to the health of our environment as well as our own. How did we get here? Why do people resort to overconsumption? Next subsection. Overconsumption is a means to an end. In today's society, overconsumption has become a means to an end. The belief that ultimate goal in life of being successful is obtained through one's ability to grandstand or flaunt their material possessions. In other words, overconsumption has become a measure of one's status and place in the society, rather than an individual solely being defined by their talent and industry. While such a consumer culture has been the mainstay of the wealthy and elite throughout modern times, the democratization among the masses, however, appears to oscillate in sync with the progression of Oqual cycle. Thus, overconsumption ebbs to reach a low in a lifetime during the first half of Oqual cycle, before it begins to flow to reach a high during the second half, as embodied in the overconsumption aqua cycle. Put another way, the consumer culture largely lies to the left of what I have dubbed needs-wants equilibrium during the first half of Oqual cycle, but then begins to steadily shift to the right with the onset of the second half. Being in the midst of the second half, 1997 to 2038, of the current Aquanium, no one should therefore be aghast at today's consumption mania having gone bonkers from Alibaba to Zimbabwe. In particular, today's consumers find solace in overconsumption at the first sign of a double or trouble, thanks to banks willing to extend credit to anyone willing to go to bed with them in return for hefty profits. For example, in the wake of the 2019 coronavirus pandemic, with the luxury of hunkering down in their abodes or doing little or no work from home, consumers turn to online shopping to ratchet up their burden on the environment through overconsumption when they ought to have made sacrifices both for the sake of their own health as well as that of their planet. In marked contrast, the first half, 1955 to 1996, of the current Aquanium was largely driven by needs rather than wants, with an unprecedented baby boom powering a rise in organic consumption rather than overconsumption, as the world population more than doubled from 2,700 millions in 1954 to 5,800 millions in 1996 over a span of 42 years. While Mother Earth does not mind being overpopulated, as it has mechanisms in place in and of itself, such as predator-prey and health-disease equilibria, in order to enforce a healthy population balance among all Earthlings, it will not tolerate an iota of overconsumption. That is due to the fact that every extra mouth participates in the so-called carbon cycle. Every ounce of carbon consumed from Mother Earth is returned back to the atmosphere so as to power photosynthesis in plants during one's lifetime via respiration and upon their death via putrefaction or decomposition. Unlike such organic consumption, overconsumption, largely powered by the combustion of fossil fuels, is, however, detrimental to the health of what is our true alma mater, or nourishing mother, due to pollution of air and water, wrecking of rainforests, and pillaging the land of its resources. For much of our civilized history stretching back millennia, Homo sapiens have indeed lived in more or less perfect harmony with their alma mater, and as a desert to go with their free lunch, they would also be rewarded with a relatively disease-free life for their good table manners. However, with the arrival of the so-called Industrial Revolution during the second half, 1745 to 1786, of the fourth Aquanium, 1703 to 1786. That millennia-old harmony would come to an abrupt end, in that it would lead to an unprecedented feeding frenzy and consumption by leaps and bounds for the first time ever in human history, due to the mass production of goods and services ushered in by a litany of new and more efficient technologies, from mechanized textile industry through chemical manufacturing to metal production. Notably, the 18th century Industrial Revolution is a notable period in our checkered history, second only to the Neolithic Revolution that unfolded some 10 kiloyears ago, when Homo sapiens first underwent a transition from being nomadic hunter-gatherers to permanent settlers as they adopted agriculture and began to domesticate animals. Like its predecessor, the second half, 1829 to 1870, of the fifth Aquanium, 1787 to 1870, also bore witness to a new wave of overconsumption against the backdrop of the rapid growth of a roster of new technologies such as the steam train and electrical telegraph that respectively revolutionized the transportation and communication for the masses, albeit at a significant cost to the health of the environment. Some 84 years later, overconsumption would make a familiar return to the front and center of Western society during the second half 1913 to 1954 of the previous and sixth Aquanium, 1871 to 1954. And in many ways, it spectacularly served as a dress rehearsal for today's consumption mania. In fact, today's bogus and immoral credit products such as Bunpal, short for Buy Now, Pay Later, issued by the likes of PayPal, fueling overconsumption among the downtrodden segments in the society, are nothing new but essentially a reincarnation of their ancestors from the second half 1913 to 1954 of the previous Aquanium. For example, for the first time ever, retailers en masse began to sell big-ticket items to American consumers with only a small down payment, with the remainder to be paid via monthly installments during the 1920s. Such a credit expansion to the masses unearthed a rising wave of feeding frenzy on a slew of products, from cars through electronics to clothing, to the wrath of Mother Nature. In particular, it was during the 1920s that the likes of radios, phonographs, vacuum cleaners, washing machines, and refrigerators became democratized as overconsumption went through the roof like never before, thanks once more to a quantum leap in mass production of such technologies of that bygone era. In fact, buying on credit during the 1920s became so popular that even an average Joe and Jane not only started biting off more than they could chew, but also began to trade stocks on margin, a practice of borrowing money from a bank or broker to buy shares of a publicly traded company with the traded asset being held as a collateral, driven by the misguided belief that happy times will never end, though that was the narrative that the masses were being fed by the money gurus in a reverse echo of today's financial culture, engulfed in the flames of ubiquitous fraud run amok to the quartic power. Alas, such self-indulgent and fake culture built on a house of cards was brought back to earth with the onset of Great Depression. Some 84 years later, a similar reckoning awaits today's legion of fools munching on self-indulgence and being completely oblivious to the dire lessons of history. Where do we go from here? Next subsection. Capitalism is an affront to Mother Earth. While consumption in the form of basic necessities of life, such as the trio of food, clothing, and shelter, has been part and parcel of Homo sapiens since the Neolithic Revolution some 10 kiloyears ago, today's consumer culture is, however, largely driven by wants rather than needs. That should set off alarm bells because our wants today far exceed the ability of our planet to recycle its resources in a timely fashion so as to provide us with another round of feeding frenzy without being stressed to the point of falling sick. In other words, our planet has no qualms about meeting our consumer needs, but when such needs become excessive by orders of magnitude, it does not bode well for Mother Earth nor its inhabitants. Today, it should therefore be hardly surprising that our despicable consumer culture has left our environment on the brink of collapse. For example, the production of gigatons of toxic waste through overconsumption each year has heavily contaminated our ecosystems and food chains, so much so that today it has become impossible to find an uncontaminated source of drinking water, much less that of healthy food anywhere on the planet. That salmon that you think is good for your health, think again, as it is likely to be loaded with a spit of heavy metals that screw up our body's physiology in so many unremarkable and unthinkable ways, by virtue of their ability to act as endocrine disruptors. They bear the potential to either mimic or disrupt the action of our endogenous steroid hormones such as estrogen and testosterone. Add to that gigatons of toxic chemicals released into the environment each year through our reckless dependence on gas guzzlers, from cars to planes, and one can see why we as a human society are not only fighting for our survival, but our hedonistic actions also do not bode well for an environment already on a tipping point, with overconsumption threatening to wreak havoc on our livelihoods in the very near future. The disingenuous and greedy capitalists often brag about the greatness of a capitalist society on the pretense that even the poorest of Americans are wealthier than most people outside the Western world. Little such bigoted bots understand that the true wealth rests in the crests of material resources and in environmental well-being, rather than in the heaps of paper notes, which can become worthless if printed en masse. Indeed, if it were not for the United States' monopoly over the world currency, thanks to its powerful military with the impunity to bulldoze any nation that dare not honor such monetary hegemony, most Americans would starve to death, in that they will no longer be able to pay for the manufactured goods imported from other nations, with China heading that list of faithful servants. Put another way, millions of Americans without a proper job can afford to eat like an emperor, dress like a king, and drive like a prince, because their government can print the dollars at will, while ordinary people in poor nations are working off their back, day in, day out, to meet their material demands in return for what are nothing more than junk pieces of paper. If that is not exploitation of the weak and vulnerable through intimidation and subjugation, then there ain't such a thing as exploitation. In fact, that is the practical definition of capitalism. Not only capitalism and exploitation are essentially two sides of the same coin, but they are also incompatible with the well-being of our planet. Given that capitalism is primarily concerned with delivering huge profits in monetary terms for its stakeholders, an economy based on such an exploitative system will inherently be driven by mass production of goods and services, even when they are not needed, at the expense of the destruction and plundering of Mother Earth. To add salt to its wounds, another dirty face of capitalism is that it indoctrinates the masses into believing that overconsumption is a means to an end. As pointed out by Vance Packard in his 1960 book titled The Waste Makers, the capitalists go to great lengths with their design in order to engineer quick turnover of consumer products via the following mechanisms. 1. Functional obsolescence, wherein the design makes the product wear out quickly or become obsolete through, for example, being unable to be upgraded to a new part or software. And 2. Psychological obsolescence, wherein the design makes the product lose its fad even before it wears out, such that it is no longer in trend and thus must be replaced by weak minds to fit in the crowd. In his 1928 book titled Propaganda, American theorist Edward Bernays notes that capitalists are fully aware that mass production is only profitable when buttressed with ruthless advertising and propaganda so as to make demand the centerpiece of their golden goose. Mass production is only profitable if its rhythm can be maintained. That is, if it can continue to sell its product in steady or increasing quantity. The result is that while under the handicraft or small unit system of production that was typical a century ago, demand created the supply. Today, supply must actively seek to create its corresponding demand. A single factory potentially capable of supplying a whole continent with its particular product cannot afford to wait until the public asks for its product. It must maintain constant touch through advertising and propaganda with the vast public in order to assure itself the continuous demand which alone will make its costly plant profitable. In his 1931 book titled Only Yesterday, American historian Frederick Allen reflects that capitalists are not afraid to use psychological tools such as indoctrination and intimidation to get the consumer hooked on anything and everything, lest they risk becoming a pariah in their social orbit. Business had learned as never before the immense importance to it of the ultimate consumer. Unless he could be persuaded to buy and buy lavishly, the whole stream of six-cylinder cars, super heterodynes, cigarettes, rouge compacts, and electric ice boxes would be damned at its outlet. The salesman and the advertising man held the key to this outlet. As competition increased, their methods became more strenuous. No longer was it considered enough to recommend one's goods in modest and explicit terms, and to place them on the counter in the hope that the ultimate consumer would make up his mind to purchase. The advertiser must plan elaborate national campaigns, consult with the psychologists, and employ all the eloquence of poets to cajole, exhort, or intimidate the consumer into buying. In his 1942 book titled Capitalism, Socialism, and Democracy, Austro-American economist Joseph Schumpeter concludes that the capitalist engine is highly dynamic in that it is constantly on the hunt for introducing new technologies to consumers to make a killing at any cost. Capitalism, then, is by nature a form or method of economic change, and not only never is but never can be stationary. And this evolutionary character of the capitalist process is not merely due to the fact that economic life goes on in a social and a natural environment, which changes and by its change alters the data of economic action. This fact is important, and these changes, wars, revolutions, and so on, often condition industrial change, but they are not its prime movers. Nor is this evolutionary character due to a quasi-automatic increase in population and capital, or to the vagaries of monetary systems, of which exactly the same thing holds true. The fundamental impulse that sets and keeps the capitalist engine in motion comes from the new consumer's goods, the new methods of production or transportation, the new markets, the new forms of industrial organization that capitalist enterprise creates. In the 1955 Journal of Retailing, American analyst Victor Lebeau urges retailers to not only adopt product obsolescence, but also indoctrinate consumers into believing that overconsumption is a means to an end and the holy grail of their ultimate place in society. Our enormously productive economy demands that we make consumption our way of life, that we convert the buying and use of goods into rituals, that we seek our spiritual satisfactions, our ego satisfactions in consumption. The measure of social status, of social acceptance, of prestige is now to be found in our consumptive patterns. The very meaning and significance of our lives today expressed in consumptive terms. The greater the pressures upon the individual to conform to safe and accepted social standards, the more does he tend to express his aspirations and his individuality in terms of what he wears, drives, eats, his home, his car, his pattern of food serving, his hobbies. These commodities and services must be offered to the consumer with a special urgency. We require not only forced draft consumption, but expensive consumption as well. We need things consumed, burned up, worn out, replaced, and discarded at an ever-increasing pace. We need to have people eat, drink, dress, ride, live with ever more complicated and therefore constantly more expensive consumption. The home power tools and the whole do-it-yourself movement are excellent examples of expensive consumption. Long story short, overconsumption driven by the capitalist propaganda lies at the heart of every societal problem today, from our precarious health, through relationships, to being able to live a debt-free life without being enslaved. Add to that the fact that capitalism is not only an affront to Mother Earth, but it is also incompatible with a free and prosperous society. In fact, the capitalist nations are built on a house of cards that will sooner or later collapse like their socialist counterparts before them. In particular, neither capitalism nor socialism offers a viable solution to our societal problems that seemingly snowball into an 800-pound gorilla as the Oqual cycle closes out. This is due to the fact that both of these systems are essentially kleptocracies, wherein the corrupt ruling elite enslaves the masses and exploits them to enrich themselves and their corporate cronies. However, prior to the 18th century Industrial Revolution that planted the seeds for the capitalist propaganda and overconsumption, humans for the most part lived in a perfect harmony with their alma mater, in a relatively free and prosperous society with virtually no role of government in their lives. In other words, every generation more or less lived in the footsteps of their forefathers with little or negligible change in technological improvements, even over a span of centuries, thereby limiting their impact on the environment. Contrast that with today's society where technology becomes obsolete by the day, if not by the hour, due to the capitalist drive to make profits at the expense of the destruction of the environment. Such a feeding frenzy on technology-esque products unfolding at lightning speed is simply unsustainable in the long run. Something has to break, and when it does, the society will pay a hefty price. I should add that during my childhood life in rural Pakistan, 1971 to 1985, I experienced firsthand being part of a society not only living in a perfect harmony with their environment, but where everyone was also raised to fend for themselves without any intervention from outside. While that agrarian lifestyle may have deprived us of modern-day facilities such as electricity and running water, we nevertheless exercised so much freedom and spotless health, the envy of which sometimes makes me wonder whether it was worth transitioning to a capitalist lifestyle awash with lies, fraud, indoctrination, disease, and propaganda. While I am not advocating for the return of humanity to an agrarian lifestyle by any stretch of the imagination, we can nevertheless kick the government out of our lives, for human society would be much better off without being misled and exploited by kleptocrats. Not only do government policies strip the masses of their ability to stand on their own feet so as to lead a life of dignity and respect, but they also plunge them into a life of misery based on free handouts and social welfare. In a nutshell, capitalism and environmental well-being are mutually exclusive. Nor should anyone be surprised that it is primarily the capitalists who are championing the threat of global warming as a veneer to conceal their dirty practices so as to divert attention away from what amounts to nothing short of a Trojan horse for the environmental well-being. And without the well-being of our planet, our lives will continue to be plunged into an ever-deepening canyon of socio-political chaos. One indeed cannot have the cake and eat it too. On a brighter note, today's consumption mania will crest around Annus Horribilis 2028 of the current Aquanium, 1955 to 2038. Before it tapers off as the needs-wants equilibrium begins to shift to the left, particularly with the arrival of the next cycle in over a decade or so. One of the major drivers of such a pullback will be the horrible times befalling humanity over the next decade, when survival will take precedence over feeding frenzy as the consumer economy turns into war economy. As the saying goes, chickens ultimately come home to roost. Today, we are indeed biting the bullet of our own making as we tread through dire socio-political straits in uncharted waters. Our day of reckoning is inching ever closer, for one cannot expect to reap roses after having planted thorns aplenty. In 1758, at the dawn of Industrial Revolution, and perhaps unaware of how it might come back to haunt humanity, Swedish naturalist Carl Linnaeus rather generously classified human beings as Homo sapiens, or prudent human. Given that our bad table manners today would even leave hyenas in Serengeti and Masai Mara gasping for a breath of fresh air, the International Commission on Zoological Nomenclature perhaps ought to reconsider revoking that title and renaming us as Homo insapiens, or wicked human. Should Homo insapiens be perceived to be politically incorrect, then perhaps other alternatives such as Homo destructivus or even Homo consumericus would be just as befitting our disguised, albeit bona fide social characteristics. Still, all is not lost. To rephrase an old saying, where there is a will, there is a drill. If good were to ever prevail over evil, then the following policies could be implemented to the delight of Mother Earth. 1. Penalize and revoke the license of corporations involved in the production of substandard goods that only create waste and hazard for the environment. Such a policy would serve as a double whammy against overconsumption through not only reducing waste but also raising the cost of goods so as to discourage demand. 2. Promote awareness and benefits of living within one's means among the masses through social media and other channels in lieu of promoting the stigma of being left behind unless one keeps up with the Joneses. 3. Impose heavy taxes on social and business activities that contribute to waste and pollution, such as driving and flying. The taxes raised from such measures could be used to clean up the environment. 4. Outlaw disposable or single-use products, from cutlery through paper towels to shipping boxes. 5. Outlaw advertising that promotes demand for non-essential goods and services, from electronics through cosmetics to globe-trotting. And 6. Outlaw personal loans and revolving credit of all kinds other than what is absolutely essential, such as a mortgage or a business loan. Consumers ought to put up or shut up for the sake of their own well-being. While the implementation of such policies would constitute the first step toward restoring what little dignity remains of our planet, it would nevertheless drive a stake through the heart of capitalism. And you bet, capitalists will never let their golden goose die, at least in the foreseeable future, even if they themselves remain mortal. While the capitalist propaganda will only get the earth sicker, it cannot destroy it. Rather, it is the earth that has the potential to destroy humanity should it cross the red line. Indeed, the longer the capitalist propaganda survives, the madder the earth will get. And like a madman, the earth could also do the unthinkable. Unleash its own kryptonite in the form of once-in-a-millennium flood, for instance, that could sink humanity with no capitalist ark coming to the rescue. It is therefore all the more important to not only take stock of our life now, but also hop onto the unsinkable Noah's Ark before it is too late. Section 3.4 Institutional Fraud. A couple of weeks leading up to my birth in 1971, my mother tells me that she had a premonition that it was going to be a boy. How so? According to her superstitious beliefs, the legend has it that the direction of the change in the price of gold leading up to labor can reveal the gender of the baby. A good news marked by a steady drop in the price of gold begets a girl, while a bad news underscored by a steady rise regrets a boy. And rise it did after the United States took the greenback off the gold standard barely weeks before I would arrive. And when I did, the bad news turned into a pandemonium with the price of a yellow metal going through the sunroof, just as my mother struggled to keep me waterproof. No wonder the world has never been the same again ever since I set foot on Earth some 5 decades ago. Indeed, many pundits trace the roots of today's economic upheaval to 1971, when the dollar stopped being pegged to gold and sparked the beginning of today's era of fiat money, or paper currency, whose value is solely derived from the trust in the government rather than from a tangible source such as gold. However, fiat money per se is not an evil. On the contrary, fiat money is a blessing in disguise in that it spares the earth from being wrecked due to gold mining. The demand for gold would skyrocket under a gold-denominated financial system such that nations would be at loggerheads for territorial control of far-flung polar regions and deeply entrenched ocean beds driven by the greed to dig up the yellow metal. Not to mention that they may even head for heavens in search of prospecting or finding gold, where God had even forbidden not only even Adam, but also Sita and Ram. Simply put, today's dire economic straits are largely a product of the abuse of fiat money, primarily through printing. A vice that is akin to an addict being given an ever-increasing dose of heroin with deadly consequences. Not only does printing reduce the value of money, but it also fuels a rising wealth gap between the elite and the masses, particularly when the governments set about tearing apart regulatory oversights so as to help their cronies in the corporate world to capitalize on low-hanging fruit as the stage is set for them to get filthy rich at the expense of the working class. While the first half of the Oqual cycle is under the thumb of extensive regulation so as to keep fraudulent activities at bay, widespread deregulation creeps in with the onset of the second half, and the results are very predictable, as we can see in plain sight today with one Ponzi after another falling apart. In what I have dubbed the fraud aqua cycle, fraud in our society is oscillatory in that it ebbs and flows in sync with the Oqual cycle. While frauds occur throughout the course of Oqual cycle, their frequency and intensity skyrocket during the second half. For example, fraud has been on the rise since mid-1990s, almost beginning in concurrence with the onset of the second half, 1997 to 2038, of the current and the seventh Aquanium, 1955 to 2038. In fact, today's fraud drama has been playing out during the second half of every Oqual cycle since the beginning of times. Such a fraudulent culture has so far caused the popping of the 2000 dot-com bubble and the 2008 financial crisis. With the gunk causing those two financial crises being allowed to metastasize rather than being flushed out of the system, another financial meltdown of epic proportions is already in the making today against the backdrop of rising costs of financing mountains of debt. Since 2008, fraud has indeed been run amok to the hilt in the form of cryptos, non-fungible tokens, special purpose acquisition companies or SPACs, and meme stocks. The stocks of virtually bankrupt and zombie companies heavily traded on the market and catapulted to the sky merely due to their popularity on social media rather than their corporate fundamentals, only for them to come back crashing to earth and leaving fools holding the bag. Such a Ponzi's not only propelled the stock markets but also the housing markets around the globe to become extremely frothy and bubblicious in 2021. A crash of a lifetime is thus once again on the cards. And like the 1929 crash, it will also leave millions of fools and horses without clothes. Regrettably, today's reckless behavior on the part of humanity is nothing short of signs of terrible times on the horizon, threatening to upend the very fabric of society to which we have become accustomed to in our lives. For example, the 1920s during the second half, 1913 to 1954, of the previous and sixth Aquanium, 1871 to 1954, saw an exponential rise in spread of fraud. The widespread emergence of a paraphernalia of get-rich-quick and pump-and-dump schemes unleashed by the likes of fraudsters, swindlers, and con artists whose concerted actions planted the seeds for the 1929 historic crash of the stock market that would subsequently lead to the Great Depression. Some 84 years earlier, a similar story unfolded. While the first half, 1787 to 1828, of the fifth Aquanium, 1787 to 1870, saw the launch of railway transport across many parts of Europe and North America. The second half, 1829 to 1870, provided an opportunity for the Ponzis to capitalize on its growing popularity across much of the Western world. Notably, in what came to be known as the 1846 railway mania in the United Kingdom, fraudsters scammed millions of people of their life savings through selling shares of bogus companies that would claim to build new railway lines, even though they only existed on paper a la Sparks of today. Such a fraudulent culture during the 19th century led to severe economic setbacks, underscored by bank failures and evidenced by a series of financial crises such as the 1837 panic, 1847 panic, 1857 panic, and 1866 panic across much of the Western world. Being in the midst of the second half of the current Aquanium, no one should therefore raise eyebrows that a similar drama of Ponzi's is being played out once again in plain sight. In disguise of the Oracle of Omaha, Warren Buffett, only when the tide goes out does one get to see those who are skinny dipping or swimming naked. As the Oqual cycle draws to a close, the tide does indeed go out on such fraudsters and their accomplices, leaving them humiliated and behind bars for good, though this law is not applicable to big banks. What are the causes of today's fraudulent culture? Subsection titled Abolishment of Gold Standard opened up the fraud gates and let the genie out of the bottle. The roots of today's fraudulent culture at almost every societal and institutional level can be traced all the way back to degoldification of the dollar under the watch of the then 37th POTUS Richard Nixon in 1971. When America literally defaulted on its golden currency as it could no longer honor the redemption of dollar notes upon the request of none other than its closest European allies, and therefore was left with no choice but to take the greenback off the gold standard. While such an ungodly move may come to be viewed as the straw that broke the financial system's back, it represented nothing more than the first step in a series of others that would follow leading up to Annus Thornellus, 1997, of the current Aquanium, just as human civilization was about to turn on its head, and together they would set the stage for the socio-economic bedlam that we find ourselves in today, in line with the dire spell of the second half of Oqual cycle. After having been outlawed in 1934 in the wake of the 1929 financial crisis during the tenure of the then 32nd POTUS, Franklin Roosevelt, the ban on stock buybacks was however lifted under the watch of the then 40th POTUS Ronald Reagan in 1982. In doing away with such a regulatory oversight, Reagan ushered in an era of utter madness, as the stock buybacks would enable the market to be manipulated once again for the benefit of the wealthy. Such a wicked financial loophole represents nothing short of a legalized fraud, as discussed in detail in Section 5.4. In the same year, Reagan also signed into law yet another deregulatory bill that would come to be called the 1982 Garn-Saint-Germain Depository Institutions Act. A nefarious act that would not only remove the regulatory ceiling on the interest rate that the big banks could charge on commercial loans, but it would also enable small banks or thrift institutions primarily involved with making mortgage loans to participate in such risky investments. Against the backdrop of such a deregulatory framework, the bankers wasted no time in making not only highly speculative investments on real estate using customer deposits, but also participated in fraudulent transactions through, for example, deliberately inflating asset prices. However, sooner or later, fraud does fall apart. And so when it did, it led to the intervention of a U.S. government and a massive taxpayer bailout of banks through what came to be known as the 1986 Savings and Loan, or S&L, crisis, that first came to light in 1986, but its aftershock would linger on until 1995. Notably, the fraudulent culture that exacerbated the fallout from the 1986 S&L crisis was epitomized by bankers such as Charles Keating, whose dirty tricks were in no small part abetted by no other than the then little-known Wall Street economist Alan Greenspan in return for handsome monetary compensation. With a direct line to the upper echelons in the U.S. government and being a kingmaker to influence the appointments of hand-picked men in authoritative positions at what was then the Federal Home Loan Bank Board, or FHLBB, Greenspan played a central role in removing regulatory constraints at FHLBB, an agency charged with setting the rules for mortgage loans issued by banking institutions, as well as acting as a watchdog over their speculative and risky investments, thereby providing Keating with the much-needed lifeblood to perpetrate his fraud during the early 1980s. While Keating headed to jail for his crimes, Greenspan's stock soared and spun on its head to land him in his boyhood dreamland. Notwithstanding his hand in the 1986 S&L crisis, one of the biggest heists up till then that would cost the U.S. taxpayers more than $100 billion against the then backdrop of $1 trillion annual tax revenue. Reagan would go on to appoint Greenspan of all banksters to head the Federal Reserve in 1987. And with that masterstroke, Reagan set America on the road to becoming a Wild West before he would leave office in 1989. Indeed, barely months into Greenspan's tenure, much of the Western world would face Black Monday, an infamous day when major stock markets around the globe crashed by more than 20% in a single day on October 19, 1987. An extremely rare crash that had never happened up till then, nor has it ever happened since then in over 200 years of stock market history. The 1987 Black Monday could be described as a 4 Sigma event that on average happens once every 100 years or so. However, barring the failure of so-called circuit breakers charged with halting transactional activity during the trading hours in the event of roughly a double-digit drop in the stock market, the 1987 Black Monday is unlikely to ever transpire again in our lifetime, and perhaps never even over multiple lengths of a human lifespan, thanks to Greenspan. Rather than letting the free market flush the gunk out of the stock market and the financial system in the aftermath of 1987 Black Monday, Greenspan would, however, develop a monetary vice that has come to be called the Fed put, a reassurance provided to investors and bankers from the Federal Reserve, or Fed for short, to indulge in highly speculative and risky investments. In the event that their reckless wager falls on its face, as it often does, the Fed put will be put to action in a steadfast manner so as to come to the rescue through providing much needed liquidity or a credit line. In other words, the Fed will buy the junk assets from investors and bankers as if nothing had happened at the expense of ordinary U.S. taxpayers. No one should therefore be surprised as to why the masses today find themselves in dire financial straits, given that they have been milked to the last drop by fraudulent government policies that have continued to ensure a constant flow of capital from the small wallets of the poor to the deep pockets of the wealthy over the past several decades. Why would the Fed rescue investors and bankers at the expense of small fish? The investors emboldened by the Fed put are often bed buddies and cronies of those working in the top ranks of U.S. government. Almost everyone running the U.S. financial system today, for example, happens to be a product of Wall Street in one way or another, and helping big banks get filthy rich is akin to an adult child returning the favors of their parents. In fact, the success of Fed put to keep the markets afloat, even in the face of bad investments, significantly raised Greenspan's profile. And his canny know-how deeply resonated with the ruling swamp, so much so that he would remain at the helm of the Federal Reserve until 2006, with the blessings of the 41st, 42nd, and 43rd, the three U.S. presidents that followed Reagan. Today, the Fed put has grown into an 800-pound gorilla, such that market participants no longer pay heed to the fundamentals of publicly traded companies that they wish to invest in, but rather to the monetary policies of the Federal Reserve. Indeed, from buying junk assets or bonds through what is called quantitative easing coupled with the suppression of interest rates, irrespective of the demands of the free market, the Federal Reserve can pretty much make the stock market waltz in any direction it so wishes for the most part. In fact, many investors today taking on ever more risk are driven by the misguided perception that with the Fed put having their back, the stock market could only go up, and should it dare drop, the Fed will come in to buoy it up right away. Alas, such fools are either too young to pay heed to history, or they must have poor memories given the dire fallout from the 2000 dot-com bubble and the 2008 financial crisis. Did Fed's actions cause those two crises? You bet, but there's more to it than meets the eye. Next subsection, big banks fuel the bubble in internet stocks through their fraudulent practices. In order to up the ante on deregulation undertaken by Reagan a decade earlier, coupled with Greenspan's trickery at his disposal, the 42nd POTUS Bill Clinton would bring aboard the American flagship two more banksters to deepen the bleeding of the U.S. financial system. In 1995, Clinton would appoint a former Goldman Sachs right-hand man, Robert Rubin, to head the Treasury Department. In 1999, Rubin would be replaced by Larry Summers with even deeper ties to big banks from Goldman Sachs through JP Morgan Chase to Lehman Brothers. Hold your breath, mesdames et messieurs. Winters is yet to enter the foray. Together with Greenspan, Rubin and Summers would positively cooperate during much of the 1990s to repeal the anti-fraud 1933 Glass-Steagall Act, a law enacted in the aftermath of the 1929 financial crisis that required commercial banks dealing primarily with providing services to retail customers and small businesses to steer clear of more riskier financial products such as corporate loans and insurance handled by investment banks, lest there is a repeat of 1929. Additionally, the 1933 Glass-Steagall Act also barred the merger of commercial banks with investment banks, so as to prevent them from becoming financial monopolies with the potential to derail the financial system through the misguided motto, "Too big to fail." In 1999, under Clinton's watch, the concerted efforts of all three former Wall Street banksters would finally drill a nail through the silky milky coffin of the 1933 Glass-Steagall Act. In doing so, the trio would deliver a long sought-after windfall for their former Wall Street employers and donors alike. And for their part in the heist, they would be showered with kickbacks to the tune of mega-dollars. With the pro-fraud 1999 Gramm-Leach-Bliley Act having now superseded the anti-fraud 1933 Glass-Steagall Act, the commercial banks, a la their big cousins, investment banks, were finally unshackled to join forces and go on the hunt for every speculative investment, big and small, that bore stunning echoes of one of my favorite Punjabi proverbs. Anne kutte arna de shikari. Blind dogs do not see the irony in making a vow to hunt down the deer. Good luck with that. But the luck would soon run out for the big banks with the popping of what came to be called the 2000 dot-com bubble. Driven by greed and hubris against the backdrop of newly approved deregulatory environment that they had never thought would ever become a reality, the big banks played an outsized role in orchestrating that financial crisis by virtue of their power to fuel a massive bubble in internet stocks through promotion and hyping up the valuation of anyone who had the guts to add the .com suffix to their brand before going public through what is called initial public offering, or IPO. Even though the bankers knew from the get-go that most IPOs would go bust before too long. By 2002, such a fraudulent practice by the bankers would shave more than $5 trillion off the stock market capitalization and leave millions destitute. Yet the Securities and Exchange Commission, or SEC, founded in 1934 in the aftermath of the 1929 financial crisis and charged with the authority to provide an oversight as well as rein in speculation and manipulation of the securities being exchanged on the stock market, would simply turn a blind eye to the fraudulent behavior of big banks in fueling the 2000 dot-com bubble. And sorry, no points for guessing why. The head of SEC was no other than Wall Street's own former prodigy, Arthur Levitt, who apparently saw nothing wrong with speculative and manipulative practices of big banks contributing to the 2000 dot-com bubble. In Levitt's defense, however, filing charges against the big banks would have been akin to biting the hand that once used to feed him. Ouch! That must surely hurt. Alas, Levitt shared no empathy with the masses who got sucked into the fraud and ended up not only taking a bath, but also losing their shirt and pants. In addition to the big banks, the Fed, under the tutelage of Greenspan, also had a big hand in first nourishing the 2000 dot-com bubble and then pulling the plug. In 1999, the Fed's loose monetary policy pumped gigadollars into the financial system such that the excess liquidity encouraged a feeding frenzy on internet stocks by investors and bankers alike. In 2000, barely a year later, the Fed would rapidly hike the interest rates, thereby raising the cost of financing the speculative behavior in internet stocks and causing the bubble to pop. Simply put, the Fed's actions are akin to a double-edged sword for the market in that the Fed put buoying up the stocks can also quickly turn into Fed call, pricking them and bringing them down to earth. What exactly are Fed put and Fed call? The Fed's put and call are financial jargons borrowed from ultra-complex and ultra-risky derivative trading, or options trading. These two instruments enable the Fed to manipulate the free market through both monetary liquidity and interest rates. In terms of monetary liquidity, 1. The put option implies that the Fed will purchase an asset from investors when it turns sour no matter what, thereby providing an insurance of sorts and injecting liquidity into the financial system. And 2. The call option does the exact opposite in that the Fed will offload an asset back to investors, thereby reducing liquidity in the financial system. In terms of interest rates, 1. The put option implies that the Fed will cut the interest rates to make financing cheaper for investors so as to enable them to take on even riskier investments. And 2. The call option does the exact opposite in that the Fed will raise the interest rates, thereby hiking the cost of financing and causing many investors to pee in their pants, as the reality that they may no longer be able to meet their financial obligations due to being over-leveraged or overburdened with the debt dawns upon them. While the Fed put pumps up financial assets, creating a bubble, the Fed call pricks the bubble and lets the air out. Importantly, there is no obligation on the part of the Fed to exercise the put option, but it often does so to meet the expectations of investors and in particular its cronies on Wall Street, who are fervently led to believe that the Fed has their back, and it does so for the most part. However, such a conviction can fall on its face when the Fed is left with no choice but to exercise the call option to curtail irrational exuberance threatening to upend the financial system. With the two options at its disposal, the Fed's actions over the past several decades have essentially amounted to baiting the suckers into the fraud by advertising a free lunch for all through the put option, but then quickly switching it with an expensive menu that no one could afford through the call option. Such manipulation of the free market on the part of the Fed is evidence that the U.S. financial system is rigged to the core, that only benefits the wealthy and those with close ties to the ruling elite. Indeed, after pricking the 2000 dot-com bubble with interest rate hikes, the Fed would quickly turn on its head and drop them dead. By 2003, the interest rates would almost begin to flirt with zero. It seems almost surreal not to have seen what would be coming next given the backdrop of historically low interest rates coupled with the deregulations having turned the Wall Street into a financial Wild West. Enter the 2008 financial crisis. Next, a subsection. Big banks bring the financial system down to its knees through their fraudulent behavior. In the good old days, during much of the first half, 1955 to 1996, of the current Oqual, commercial banks that provided a mortgage to potential home buyers would have a skin in the game, in that they would be lending their own money largely amassed through the deposits of retail customers and small businesses with a direct accountability should anything go wrong. Accordingly, the commercial banks were incentivized to thoroughly vet the borrowers and only approved those with a worthy credit, lest they risked losing their investment and going underwater. However, against the backdrop of deregulatory windfall that would begin to engulf the U.S. financial system during the 1990s, particularly after the introduction of the Pro-Fraud 1999 Gramm-Leach-Belisle Act, almost in parallel with the onset of the second half, 1997 to 2038, of the current Oqual, the investment banks in conjunction with commercial banks began to create a new mortgage pig dubbed collateral debt obligation, or CDO, such that all the risk would be passed on to investors all over the world, with the big banks left to splurge on easy pickings, with the sky being the limit for the potential for profits. In a manner that a derivative derives its value from another function in calculus, the CDOs were essentially the derivative financial product in that their value was based on one or more underlying assets such as a property or vehicle. Given that the apparent value of such financial derivatives can be easily manipulated either directly through overstating the price of the underlying assets or indirectly through perturbing the demand-supply equilibrium to the left, the CDOs were therefore equivalent to ultra-risky time bombs that were guaranteed to implode sooner or later. Add to that the cunning marketing approach undertaken by big banks to prey upon unsuspecting investors through promoting CDOs as if they were a cousin of their fixed income CDs or certificate of deposits. How exactly did CDOs operate? In a nutshell, the CDOs during the late 1990s and early 2000s played out as follows. 1. The commercial banks would approve the mortgage for potential homeowners as they had always done so, but with no skin in the game, as they would immediately pass the loan on to investment banks for a handsome premium. 2. The investment banks would turn the mortgage into a high-yielding CDO pig with mouth-watering returns compared to government bonds against the backdrop of what were then historically low interest rates thanks to the Fed. 3. After paying the rating agencies humongous kickbacks to ensure that they not only put extra lipstick but also mascara aplenty on the CDO pig so as to make it highly attractive and enticing with a AAA rating before marrying it off to unsuspecting but greedy investors, typically through pension and retirement funds in return for hefty management fees. 4. For their part, the investors would be left licking their fingers after being reassured that their gorgeous and voluptuous CDO pig was collateralized by tangible assets such as a property and that it would be as secure as a traditional wife. And 5. As the homeowners made their monthly mortgage payments to the commercial bank from where they had applied for the loan, the funds collected would be funneled through the investment bank all the way back to the finger-licking investors. Fingers they would indeed lick during much of the 1990s as CDOs were being streamlined to make them appear as a genuine financial product, using credit-worthy homeowners as guinea pigs with little or no risk of default. However, the honeymoon would not last long for the investors. In order to make a killing on their golden goose that paid handsomely with zero risk to the big banks, the CDOs would begin to be democratized among the masses irrespective of their ability to make monthly mortgage payments, as it would be the investors left holding the bag instead of the bankers should anything blow up. How could such a daylight fraud have unfolded as it did? Where were the federal regulators? To help the big banks achieve their fraudulent pursuits, their own reliable quartet of Greenspan, Rubin, Summers, and Levitt would be called upon to make sure that there would be no regulatory oversight from the U.S. government getting in their way of making a killing like never before. And the faithful quartet would quickly oblige as it set about indoctrinating anyone and everyone within the relevant ranks of the U.S. government that it was time that every American had a home no matter what their income. Before too long, such a propaganda would come to be spearheaded by no other than the 43rd POTUS, George Bush, as he made doing the bidding on behalf of the Wall Street donors a cornerstone of his presidency. In 2002, Bushito buttered unsuspecting Americans up as to why it was necessary that they all owned a home. And a part of economic security is owning your own home. A part of being a secure America is to encourage home ownership. So somebody can say, "This is my home. Welcome to my home." Now we've got a problem here in America that we have to address. Too many American families, too many minorities do not own a home. There is a home ownership gap in America. Yeah, right. Welcome to my home. I cannot even afford to pay my bills, much less a down payment. No problema. Pobrecito Bushito had a bonito solucionito. In 2003, Bushito reasoned that being unable to make the down payment should never be the reason not to realize the American dream. One of the biggest hurdles to home ownership is getting money for a down payment. This administration has recognized that, and so today I am honored to be here to sign a law that will help many low-income buyers to overcome that hurdle and to achieve an important part of the American dream. With Bushito promoting their gambit, the big banks would unleash the full gamut of their fraudulent CDOs onto unsuspecting Americans with little or no credit history nor down payment through what came to be called the subprime mortgage. A truly shocking venture by Wall Street vultures, given that many Americans were unable to make their ends meet, much less being in a position to make the hefty monthly mortgage payments. Having been given free rein to operate however they wished, the bankers would soon turn CDOs into a second derivative financial product called credit default swap, or CDS, whereas the CDO derived its value from an underlying asset such as a property, the CDS did so from the CDO itself. With the CDS rigs sheltering risks multiples greater than CDO pigs, they would nevertheless become quite popular among greedy investors in that they could trade a CDS as an insurance on a CDO irrespective of whether they own the latter product or not. Thus, a single CDO could have multiple investors buying a CDS on it in the hope that should it blow up, they would profit handsomely. This scenario is akin to multiple parties buying insurance on a single home suspected of sitting on a sinkhole or in the path of a tornado. Should the home disappear during the course of the insured period, all insuring parties would have a laugh, but they would all cry if it survived. And lo siento mucho. I'm really short on points, so just 1 point for guessing who made up the bulk of investors buying the CDS rigs. Being fully aware of the fact that their CDO pigs were a ticking time bomb, the big banks rushed to snap up CDS rigs as an insurance as soon as they could get their hands on them. That is akin to a property owner selling their home sitting on a sinkhole with the telltale signs beginning to appear to unsuspecting buyers at an inflated price without even disclosing the risks beforehand, and then immediately buying a wager on the same house that it would not see the year out. That is a giga fraud. And so were CDO pigs and CDS rigs. Powered by such golden gooses on steroids, the bankers in charge of issuing CDO pigs and CDS rigs to customers would be incentivized to roll out as many parcels as they could, since their salaries and bonuses were directly linked to their performance. As the demand for CDO pigs and CDS rigs skyrocketed in the wake of Bushganda, the shrinking home supply would send the property prices through the roof, as they would double over the decade centered on 2000. With home prices having gone parabolic, the bankers could not believe their luck as higher valuations led to higher salaries and bonuses, with the top performers taking deca millions home annually against the backdrop of a median salary in the deca thousands. With ever more to scavenge in what had truly become a Wild West, it seemed as if the vulture party would never end, but it always does. Since monthly mortgage payments on CDOs were linked to the prevailing interest rates in most cases through what is called the adjustable rate mortgage, or ARM, it seems that perhaps nobody had figured out what would happen in the event that they went up. And up they would go before too long. Although the Fed had begun to raise interest rates in a meaningful way from around 2005 onward in order to rein in the spike in home prices, the bankers would nevertheless keep their foot on the gas pedal rather than prepare themselves for the storm ahead. Perhaps the bankers were convinced that with their own boy Greenspan still at the helm in the Federal Reserve, their subprime Titanic would be unsinkable. However, sensing that the aging Greenspan, being on the verge of entering his 9th decade, may not be able to handle the looming blizzard, and with the trio of Rubin, Summers, and Levitt having long left Washington after delivering the goods, the bankers quickly began to prepare for a hard landing and braced themselves for damage control through getting to key appointments before all hell would break loose. In early 2006, under Bushido's watch, Ben Bernanke, with close ties to Wall Street, would replace Greenspan, almost 3 decades senior to him at the Federal Reserve. In mid-2006, also under Bushido's watch, Henry Paulson, who had served as a CEO of Goldman Sachs since 1999 and had played a pioneering role in democratizing CDOs among the masses, would take the helm at the Treasury Department. You get the picture. The man who had a hand in perpetrating the subprime fraud was now being appointed to head the U.S. financial system just before the Ponzi would unfold. With Bush having turned into push and push having come to shove in the face of home prices continue to defy gravity, the Fed, now helmed by Bernanke, would keep hiking the interest rates well into 2007. Before too long, the monthly mortgage payments would begin to bloat for the homeowners as they were a function of the interest rate through the ARM. With many Americans already behind on their original commitments, the bloating payments would soon begin to cost the homeowners an arm and a leg, as many were left with no choice but to default on their mortgage. As monthly mortgage payments started to dry up one after the other, the CDO pigs and CDS rigs also began to go up in smoke one after the other. In 2008, the resulting panic on Wall Street would begin to crash the stock market, sending the broader financial system into a tailspin, with one bad news after another acting as a positive feedback loop to fuel a vicious cycle of pandemonium that would enter the annals of history as the 2008 financial crisis. Did the big banks face the music for their white-collar crime, or did they get away with the murder? Ladies and gentlemen, if you are just tuning in from outside the United States, welcome to the fraud capital of the world, where fraudsters are not only given free rein to make a killing at the expense of the masses, but they also get a pat on the back for their heist. Next subsection, big banks get a slap on the wrist before being given a pat on the back to keep up the dirty work. The blow-up of subprime mortgage had a domino effect on the broader financial system in the wake of the 2008 financial crisis. Not only had the big banks gambled on subprime mortgage, but they had also been heavily betting on other financial products through derivative trading with borrowed money. In the face of being over-leveraged through such a super risky investments and unable to meet their financial obligations as the subprime mortgages began to go up in smoke, many banks such as Lehman Brothers, without sympathizers in Washington, would be forced to declare bankruptcy. However, many others such as Goldman Sachs, with their own boys Paulson and Bernanke in charge of the nation's purse strings, would be bailed out to the tune of $700 billion at the expense of U.S. taxpayers. As for homeowners, millions would lose their American dream and their livelihoods thanks to being misled by no other than the man for whom many had voted to lead the nation's highest office not once but twice. As the saying goes, one reaps what they plant. And as America goes, the only bush one must trust is their own. Millions of others lost much of their retirement savings and nest eggs thanks to nearly $8 trillion having been wiped off the U.S. stock market by the time the crisis hit a nadir in 2009. Although Wall Street was the epicenter, the echoes of the 2008 financial crisis would nevertheless reverberate across much of the world due to the global financial system being closely interlinked. Leading up to the 2008 U.S. presidential election against the backdrop of such a global financial upheaval, the then U.S. presidential nominee Barack Obama made a covenant with his cacophonous supporters that he would rein in the greed on Wall Street, But in all sincerity, his powerful rhetoric merely served to hypnotize the masses in order to capitalize on the waning voter sentiment in the establishment, as he must have done well known that one cannot bite the hand that feeds them. Indeed, after taking the helm in early 2009, Hussein would hasten and deepen the ties between Pennsylvania Avenue and Wall Street through new appointments and reappointments of ever more Wall Street banksters who had brought the global financial system into disrepute barely a year earlier. In fact, Obama's drama would turn Dalai Lama on his head when the Tibetan leader learned that not only summers but also winters, the men who had brought America down to its knees through crafting what was up till then the biggest heist in American history, were now being appointed as Barack's economic advisors. In Semitic languages such as Hebrew and Arabic, Barak literally means blessing. Alas, Obama's rise to power signaled the precipitous decline of Barakallah, or Allah's blessing, on America. Indeed, the nation hit Baracko bottom against the backdrop of the pendulum of justice having swung too far to the wrong side before Obama would leave office 8 years later in 2017. For starters, hardly any CEO had their feet held to the fire, nor would there be any penalty for such fraudsters. Notwithstanding the sheer magnitude of the fraud committed by big banks, not a single CEO of an American banking institution was ever put behind bars for having developed what were nothing short of weapons of financial destruction. By contrast, the 1986 S&L crisis led to imprisonment of more than 1,000 bankers, even though it was only a shadow of the 2008 financial crisis. Such contrasting outcomes were due to the fact that while the legislative authorities are largely devoid of fraud during the first half of Oqual cycle, they themselves become increasingly embroiled and compromised by the wealthy with the onset of the second half. Admittedly, for the most part, the 1980s and 1990s oversaw relatively happy times when the public trust in institutions was respectable compared to today, when the same institutions have become the butt of all jokes and have lost all credibility. Had all culpable CEOs faced the music in lieu of being slapped on the wrist for their egregious role in precipitating the 2008 financial crisis, the resulting shock waves would have served to dent further growth of fraudulent activities on Wall Street, not to mention that such a punishment would have also served to deter the rise of new Ponzi's. Rather, the lack of accountability for banksters created a fertile ground for a new generation of wannabe fraudsters, who since then have planted an ever-growing list of Ponzi's before hyping them up to the hilt so as to defraud millions time and again. No one should therefore be aghast that today's fraudulent culture makes the 2008 financial crisis look like a stroll in the park, just as the latter made the 1986 S&L crisis look like a child's play. In fact, since the repeal of the Anti-Fraud 1933 Glass-Steagall Act in 1999, the big banks have been caught defrauding customers, laundering money, and cooking their books time and again without any serious penalties, as if they are above the rule of law, which they are for all intents and purposes. Being close relatives of Uncle Sam, that should hardly raise eyebrows, much less eyelashes. Given such enormity of financial wrongdoings, our day of reckoning over the next decade or so will be equally enormous and painful, for all wrongs are eventually neutralized by the laws of nature as the pendulum of justice swings back to the right side. In a nutshell, the most straightforward conclusion that one can draw from the subprime mortgage blow-up is that the Wall Street bankers were playing Russian roulette with other people's money. Not only were the CEOs fully complicit and privy to this fraud, but driven by greed and hubris, they were egging it on with full force. In fact, the excesses and imbalances of Wall Street amounted to a crime of the highest degree in that their wager uprooted the lives of decamillions, sent millions into depression, and condemned thousands to suicide in the United States alone. Still, prevention is better than cure. And the Fed had the medicine to do exactly that, but it terribly failed to do so. In no uncertain terms, the Fed played a central role in creating an environment ideally suited for the subprime fraud to flourish during the noughties. Without the Fed being dragooned by Wall Street cronies to drop and keep the interest rates rock bottom in the years that followed the popping of the 2000 dot-com bubble, it would have been impossible for the bankers to have pulled off the subprime fraud in that the higher interest rates would have been to the development of CDOs what garlic and sunlight are to the survival of vampires. Why do low interest rates fuel fraud? By keeping the interest rates super low over the past quarter of a century, coupled with pumping terror dollars into the financial system, the Fed would not only increase money supply but also lower the cost of financing the debt, such that even an average Raja and Rani became emboldened to set up zombie startups on dirt cheap money and then hype up their bogus technology to lure fools and horses into their fraud. In marked contrast, under an environment of higher interest rates, only genuine and profitable enterprises can afford to finance their new operations through borrowed money, thereby keeping fraud at bay for all intents and purposes. Given that they generate no cash flow and continue to borrow money or raise funds to finance their old debts in a vicious cycle, the zombie companies also suck resources away from genuine enterprises. Indeed, low interest rates are detrimental to the financial health of genuine enterprises in that they are forced to spend heavily to ward off the hyped-up competition and threat from zombie companies rather than channeling their precious resources toward innovation and investment. In fact, today's financial culture is multiples more fraudulent than what transpired nearly 2 decades ago. Neither the Fed nor anyone else in Washington learned anything from the 2008 financial crisis. Rather than flushing out the gunk from the financial system, Washington has been on a mission to breed it to new heights through ever more lax oversights under the watch of every clown elected to the nation's highest office since 2000. One wonders how the likes of Bushito, Obamito, Trumpito, and Bidenito can even sleep at night knowing too well that POTUS is nothing more than a symbolic figurehead used as a cog or pawn by the wealthy to drive their capitalist machine or chess, and that their actions amount to nothing short of a treasonous act committed against America and its people. As for Americans who voted to have such disgraceful souls head the nation, they have quite a lot of soul-searching to do themselves. Given that a nation's leaders are only as good as its people, one must not hastily put the leaders on trial, but rather the electorate for their poor judgment and being a party to the crisis befalling them. Long story short, the U.S. financial system is nothing more than a house of cards that is set to implode sometime between Annus Horribilis 2028 of the current Aquanium and Annus Mirabilis 2039 of the next cycle, so as to purge the society of fraud in order to acquiesce to a new dawn without the baggage. And when the U.S. financial system does finally implode over the next decade or so, it will send shock waves throughout the global economy as it wipes off the savings and livelihoods of the masses, with the wealthy and elite having the last laugh as always. To say that the 2008 financial crisis was a dress rehearsal for what is lurking on the financial horizon would be a huge understatement. In 2006, prior to his confirmation by no other than the U.S. Senate to helm the Treasury Department, Bushido sheepishly vouched for the nomination of Paulson. I am pleased to announce that I will nominate Henry Paulson to be the Secretary of the Treasury. The past 8 years, Hank has served as Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of the Goldman Sachs Group. It's one of the most respected firms on Wall Street. He has a lifetime of business experience. He has an intimate knowledge of financial markets and an ability to explain economic issues in clear terms. He's earned a reputation for candor and integrity, and when he is confirmed by the Senate, he will be a superb addition to my cabinet. Given that a bank that had orchestrated one of the biggest frauds in the nation's history was being eulogized as respected, and its CEO as a man of candor and integrity by no other than a POTUS, the fraudulent culture on American soil had been officially democratized with the U.S. government's seal of approval, and it would come to haunt the nation over the decades that followed. And haunt it did. In 2008, subprime mortgage was one of only a handful of frauds being cooked. Today, there is a fraud everywhere one looks, as evidenced by one bogus company after another going belly up every other week or so. Not to mention that almost every report from inflation to employment being released by the U.S. government on the nation's health is fraudulent and misleading. Add to that the likes of Ponzi's such as cryptos, meme stocks, non-fungible tokens, and special purpose acquisition companies or SPACs having been democratized among the masses. Why is crypto a fraud? Next subsection, crypto is the grandmother of all Ponzi schemes. Throughout modern times, fraudsters have tried to privatize or decentralize the currency, but to have never availed. Nevertheless, they did fulfill their intended goal of defrauding millions of fools through their scams each time. Alas, the fools never pay heed to history, for bona fide currency has been and will always remain an exclusive tool of the state or government due to the fact that it must satisfy the following 4 criteria. 1. Unique and only of its kind. 2. Tightly regulated by a central authority. 3. Guaranteed by the state. And 4. Backed by a powerful military. Since a private enterprise wanting to run its own currency lacks all of these 4 features, it is inherently running a scam, not a currency. Never in the history of human civilization a purported currency that lacked even one of the above noted characteristics has ever gained widespread traction. Admittedly, if the US dollar had not been backed by the world's most powerful military, it would have never become the world's reserve currency thanks to the 1944 Bretton Woods Agreement. And if it ever did, it would have long been ditched by most nations in favor of other more amenable alternatives. One only has to look at the dire plight of the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries, or OPEC, such as Iran, Iraq, Libya, and Venezuela, to see that the proof of my proclamation lies in the oily pudding. In 1971, after Nixon took the greenback off the gold standard, Uncle Sam held a gun to OPEC's head and twisted the arm of its de facto leader, Saudi Arabia, to have the dollar petrolized so as to beef up its demand as it began to plummet in the face of having become nothing more than a worthless piece of paper. In what since then came to be known as the petrodollar, the OPEC nations have been compelled to trade their oil and gas exclusively in dollar. Any nation that were to go astray against such a hegemonic decree was not only to earn the wrath of Uncle Sam, but would also risk becoming razed to the ground and turned into a pariah state. While the likes of Iran and Venezuela were somewhat fortunate to evade the full force of Uncle Sam's military mania after they proposed to trade oil with other nations in non-dollar currencies such as the euro at the outset of the 21st century, others such as Iraq and Libya were brutally crushed into pieces. Although the US dollar may not be backed by the yellow metal, it is nevertheless guaranteed by a precious commodity. The misleading notion peddled by many goldbugs that the greenback is a worthless piece of paper is therefore ill-founded in that it is definitely a petrodollar, if not eurodollar. Alas, the days of petrodollar are numbered as more and more oil-producing nations have begun to trade their commodity in non-dollar currencies today. Additionally, most nations today are not only mired in unsustainable level of dollar-denominated debt, but they are also heading for bankruptcy over the next decade or so, a feat that would further tank the demand for the greenback. And then Uncle Sam's cunning ploy to weaponize the dollar through economic sanctions against nations that it sees as hostile to its hegemonic interests only serves to damage the global standing of the greenback as a reliable source of international currency. Being deeply over-leveraged itself with an exponentially bloating debt also complicates the spider's web from which America would find it increasingly difficult to untangle and save the dollar. That spells a trouble for the dollar to continue to be the king of the world beyond the current decade. Notably, dollar hegemony officially began with the Bretton Woods Agreement during Annus Horribilis, 1944, of the previous Aquanium, 1871 to 1954. In line with the recurring spell of Oqual cycle, the dollar hegemony will likely end sometime between Annus Horribilis 2028 of the current Aquanium and Annus Mirabilis 2039 of the next cycle. For now, though, oil-producing nations must walk a tightrope and continue to honor the petrodollar lest they run afoul of Uncle Sam and risk becoming Iraq-destroyed. Does blockchain technology not set crypto apart from other currencies? The footprint and the blueprint behind crypto as an alternative and superior form of currency is damning to begin with. Unlike the state-backed currency or fiat money, an average J with the basic computing skills can mint and launch their own crypto from the comfort of their cubicle with the potential to become a millionaire overnight. Surely the money does not fall from the trees unless it is in the form of crypto. It is therefore hardly surprising that since its fraudulent inception in 2008 in the midst of the Great Recession, crypto has today snowballed into more than 20,000 tokens worldwide, with thousands of new tidbits launched every year. If that does not smell fraud, then one has no sense of fraud. While the crypto fraud has been fittingly outlawed in many countries, there are other nations who have on the contrary provided it with a much-needed lifeblood and legitimacy in a last-ditch effort to keep their heavily debt-laden ships from running aground. Alas, no matter how much lipstick one puts on a pig, it will still be a pig. Indeed, a vast majority of crypto tokens have already failed, with many having skyrocketed to a market capitalization of gigadollars within months of having gone public, before spectacularly crashing to zero and becoming worthless within days of flirting with the heavens. Since no good is produced nor any service is exchanged, the exponential rise in the market value of a crypto token exclusively results via a zero-sum game. Fools pump up the crypto value until there are no fools left, when the big whales take their chips off the table after getting filthy rich and in doing so trigger the crash, leaving the fools not only holding the bag but also facing the music. In spite of such a casino unfurled in plain sight time and again, the crypto cons have nevertheless continued to gaslight newer recruits so as to entangle them into their spider's web of sorts through injecting fears of inflationary nature of fiat money when the crypto itself represents the mother of all things inflationary. Such scary tactics, along with the flattering language, are a hallmark of a fraud that should immediately set off alarm bells. Alas, fools are renowned to have ears with which they hear not, eyes with which they see not, and minds with which they think not. Surprisingly, it is not just the younger generations who are yet to get their feet wet in the real world that make up today's fools, but even accomplished individuals from seasoned pundits through university professors to Nobel laureates appear to have also succumbed to the crypto scam. To rephrase an old saying, a genius easily parts with their money. History attests to the fact that not only are such geniuses immune from getting sucked into frauds, but the success of many Ponzi schemes can often be traced to one or more genius having acted as a protagonist to add a layer of legitimacy to the scam from its very beginnings. Perhaps the most notable example of how geniuses can and often fall prey to herd mentality is lent by the misfortune befalling Isaac Newton. In 1720, with an apple of experience behind him at the age of 77, Newton nevertheless got caught up in the then feeding frenzy in stocks and set about aggressively buying shares into the South Sea Company with his life savings, just as his stock turned parabolic, defying gravity as it did, only to come back crashing down to earth months later, and in doing so leaving the greatest of all greats to have ever set foot on earth all but destitute. Pobrecito Newtonito, poor little Newton. In the aftermath of having parted with his fortune, Newton is alleged to have said that while he could easily calculate the motion of planets, he was clueless on how to mathematically model the irrational behavior of the crowd. While Newton's life undoubtedly left an indelible mark on human civilization for his mammoth contributions to our knowledge of the universe and how it shaped future generations of scientists, his death would also leave us with a clue after he took his last breath at the age of 84 in 1727. Newton would perhaps have the last laugh when he learns via social media or through other back channels that it took people back on Earth almost 3 centuries to figure out that his remarkable journey of life spanned exactly 1 full turn of Oqual cycle. What a nature's fitting tribute to a uniquely gifted genius, for Newton lived neither a year less nor a year more than what appears to be our allotted time on Earth. Newton could also take heart from the fact that his South Sea debacle was perhaps not as mind-shattering as that of a recently minted Nobel laureate. While driving on his way back home with his wife after picking up the Nobel Prize, the laureate pulls up at a gas station. Then, after refueling and paying his bill, he is somewhat taken aback as he returns to his vehicle and helplessly watches his wife being on cloud 9 while she is being chatted up by a hippie standing outside the passenger side of the front window. Being a laureate, he keeps his noble charm, but as they drive off, his macho instincts kick in when all of a sudden he lets his heart-wrenching agony out.
"Honey, who was that crackpot you were all smiles with?"
She chuckles patronizingly.
"Darling, he was my high school sweetheart before I married you."
While giggling, he consoles her.
"Well, geez, you did not marry him lest you would have also ended up like that."
She counters acrimoniously.
"What do you mean? Had I married him, he would have won the Nobel Prize."
Long story short, even Nobel laureates can sometimes miss the forest for the trees. All told, those without a sixth sense should understand that investment products marketed by pundits, celebrities, and geniuses are inherently frauds by their very nature. It pays dearly to keep pockets of such Ponzi schemes and mitigate the temptation to become sucked into them due to greed, herd behavior, or confirmation bias. On the contrary, genuine enterprises a la Microsoft, Apple, Amazon, and Google not only had rather humble beginnings, but they were also spearheaded by none other than the likes of college dropouts and entrepreneurs little known beyond their neck of the woods. When it comes to investing, one should focus on the horse, not the jockey. When will crypto fraud fall on its face? The 1720 South Sea bubble, along with the 1637 tulip mania, have hitherto been ranked as 2 of the biggest Ponzi schemes ever unfurled on Earth. Today, however, the crypto scam has unarguably and undoubtedly become the grandmother of all Ponzi schemes, in that it is not only head and shoulders, but also chest and waist above anything that humanity has ever witnessed, thanks to the exponential marketing power of social media, in that it can quickly magnify the capture radius of potential fools and their savings. Notwithstanding such ominous warnings, cryptophiles continue to stick their head in the proverbial sand, which is perhaps not at all surprising given that when one surrounds themselves with like-minded individuals whose biased views reinforce your own, then it becomes increasingly difficult to untangle from what psychologists refer to as the confirmation bias. Consistent with this psychological trap, Crypto lovers continue to naively argue that what makes crypto so special is that it is independent of state interference by virtue of its inherent ability to operate out of the blockchain network, a decentralized and unregulated computer infrastructure accessible to any interested party. On the contrary, little such fools understand that the lack of a watchdog for the decentralized finance, courtesy of the blockchain network, is in fact crypto's biggest Achilles heel. Admittedly, as hard as it is for an individual to trust their money with a state-regulated institution such as a bank, it is utterly mind-boggling how one can depend on a mysterious network of computers scattered across the globe running on a poorly codified and bug-prone infrastructure that can be potentially exploited by unscrupulous actors without borders. If such a cryptic scheme where no one can be traced for a misconduct does not smell fraud, then there ain't such a thing as a fraud. It should therefore come as a no surprise that the cryptos are extremely prone to being hacked, where one's nest egg can be potentially stolen with a few clicks. Indeed, billions of dollars have hitherto been embezzled in a perpetual string of crypto heists before it even managed to hatch out of its shell. And billions more have been scammed through a slew of crypto platforms, having already gone belly up due to their fraudulent practices that amounted to nothing short of a daylight robbery. To add salt to wounds, that is just the tip of the crypto iceberg, as many more bogus companies are on course to declare bankruptcies over the next couple of years or so as the cryptomania comes crashing down to earth. Yet, cryptomaniacs do not shy away from ingenuously proclaiming that the cryptos are already being used as a currency. The nerds fail to even understand what a currency really is. Unlike fiat currencies such as the dollar that can be directly used to pay for goods and services, the cryptos represent nothing more than tokens that must first be converted to a fiat currency prior to conducting a monetary transaction. The lack of a watchdog coupled with the mysterious network apart, the hyper-volatile nature of cryptos also renders them practically useless as a form of currency, a feature not lost upon merchants and payment processors who, although provide gateways to convert crypto tokens into a fiat currency, they have no intention of accepting them as a direct form of payment. Even if one assumes that a crypto token manages to overcome hypervolatility so as to gain a widespread traction as a form of direct payment, it would still remain highly vulnerable to hacking and fraud due to the lack of an oversight, not to mention that it would also run afoul of Uncle Sam as and when it poses a threat to the dollar. And we know what happens next. Needless to say, the crypto represents nothing more than a speculative token attractive to fools who believe that they can buy it at a lower price and sell it at a much higher to greater fools so as to get rich quick and declare their financial independence without ever having done any useful or tangible work in their lives. Little they realize that they are actually nothing more than pawns in the bigger scheme of things, where the only winners are the big whales and the little sharks get mercilessly devoured. For those with malicious intentions, crypto is merely a token to launder money so as to bypass the radar of a central authority. Nobody is condoning that it is acceptable for a central authority to monitor every transaction that we engage in. But crypto is not the solution to the state's totalitarian and heavy-handed approach toward its citizens. As much as we detest such intervention by the state, it is nevertheless being conducted with our knowledge, unlike dancing with the crypto devil that is destined to leave one destitute sooner or later. Notwithstanding its fraudulent nature, the crypto cloud does have a silver lining in that it not only makes cryptophiles much sought after species on dating sites, but cryptomania has also jump-started the switch to digital currency, just as the internet democratized the electronic currency at the outset of 21st century. Unlike the electronic currency that requires a bank to act as a mediator when being transferred between two parties, the digital currency will be delivered on the fly between two digital wallets under the direct control of a central authority such as the Federal Reserve of the United States or the People's Bank of China. In other words, while the transfer of electronic currency involves a rather cumbersome bank-to-bank transaction that can occasionally incur hefty fees, the digital currency will not only employ a free and direct peer-to-peer instant exchange without the intermediacy of a third party, but will also likely work across borders as if the globe was one large monotonous community without monetary barriers for individuals and traders alike. With the era of a digital currency having already arrived in many nations and on the horizon elsewhere, conventional banking norms such as ATMs, cash transactions, and even brick-and-mortar branches are set to become obsolete over the next couple of decades or so. One's smartphone will essentially become their mobile bank that will accompany them wherever they go and whenever they go. Importantly, every digital transaction will be conducted over the radar of a central authority, with the potential to make illegal practices such as tax evasion and money laundering a thing of the past. And so will die out for the most part today's fraudulent culture as the curtain is raised over the next Aquanium 2039 to 2122 in about a decade or so. After several decades of relative calm underscored by trustworthy institutions during the 2040s through 2070s, the next wave of Ponzi's will begin to gain inertia circa Annus Thornellus, 2081, of the next Aquanium reaching a crescendo around Annus Horribilis, 2112, before it once again begins to peter out.